Hey, what's up, everyone? Hello, and welcome to a brand new episode of Heliopsychosis Podcast. This is your host, Vikka, Draziv, guys. Welcome to the show. And yes, today we are continuing the review of Mr. Jeran and Professor Dave mocking flat earthers, right? We couldn't go through the whole shit, so we'll be trying to see how far we go tonight and that we don't get distracted, right? So yep, we're gonna continue that tonight. The link is there pinned right up there in the chat. If anybody wants to jump in to say hello or add to the conversation, is welcome. Less the trolls, because there were a troll trying to jump in with different shitty names, right? So only flat earthers here, so everyone is welcome with that. And also, I wanted to share something that I posted today. Awesome stuff. But before I do that, let's say hello to our other co-host, Jean. How are you?
Hey, bro. Doing good, man. Doing good. How was your week?
Oh yeah, awesome, bro. And how about you?
Yeah, good. Good. It was good. I hope everybody had a good week. It's like summer 2.0 over here right now. So I hope everybody's getting a nice transition from whatever seasons you're coming and going at right now. A lot of changes going on. And tomorrow night we got a full moon. So if any of you guys are doing anything with that, that'd be cool. Let us know. I'm probably going to be making some moon water tomorrow. We ran out this month, so I'm going to restock on that. And so, yeah, bro, welcome everybody. I hope everybody had a great week, and welcome back. And let's get the show going, brother. Can't wait to see who comes up today.
Oh yeah, let's see how that goes. And before I share this thing, what I wanted to share about my observation, I just wanted to mention a few things. Like today I shared this observation on TikTok on all my different platforms, and it's the first time on TikTok that there's a message on the clip which says reported content not verified, right? It's first ever time that I see this on a video just 5 minutes after putting it, and even people were telling me that they could see that on my video on TikTok because they also had never seen that before. So what does that mean, right? What does that mean? It just means that the TikTok now have new owners, right? You guys, if you guys can understand what I mean. So it's a new way of trying to censor the people, because this is where it hurts to these people, because this is not pseudoscience. When you do an observation and show what you are seeing, then they want to verify it, then they want to censor it, right? It's the first time ever. It's a new update of TikTok to censor people, to censor flat earth. Why? Because it destroys the agenda of a fake globe, right? So this observation, I just did it yesterday, right? Just yesterday. It's fresh out of the oven, right? It was not very far from me, just an hour drive from where I live. This is the thing. In the southernmost part of Spain, right? I have 1 hour drive. All the west coast is Atlantic, and you see the northern part of Africa, Morocco, and on the east side it's the Mediterranean Sea, right? So you see the west and the east, right? The east side you see the Atlas Mountains, north of Sahara, and on the west part you see the Atlantic, right? The Morocco and all this part. So it's quite an amazing place where you could have some points, or even from the beaches, right? All on the coast of the beaches. You could see part of Africa and Morocco, right? Without the need of any high-tech gears. This observation I did with my mobile phone, right? It's not even a camera. It's from my mobile phone, right? And it's from the beach, okay? And the observation is just looking at the beach and seeing the silhouette of the mountains, right? So there were mountains which were 50 miles, and there were mountains I could see from the beach to 130 miles. 130 kilometers, right? 80 miles, right? With your own eyes, bare eyes. And I just clipped it from my smartphone. And that's what it is. It's a simple thing. Then to verify it, I did it with a application called Peak Finder, where you put your location and it just shows you what you have in front of you. If there are any mountain ranges, it's going to show you where they are, which they are, what height it is, or everything information. It's an actual app. It's not like I painted this thing and I try to match it, right? So it's a true copy of the whole thing, what you're seeing in the video. So I'm going to play that. Just wanted to mention all those things. Yeah. Even though it's just 80 miles, I could have done this same observation from 100 miles. 100 miles. But it was the next day, it was cloudy, right? So I couldn't. Because I just would have had to go to a bit north to the next beach. And I could have seen the same mountains with 20 more miles, right? So, and there are possibilities if I could reach to points, but yeah, I need to organize and do track and everything to reach some points where I could observe up to 200 miles, right? But this is for the future. Anyway, I'm going to play it. I don't know if you can want to see, if you can see very, really well on the small screen, but or depending on what you're watching this. But yeah, I'm going to play it.
Yeah. This ain't delivery. It's divine design. Pie, scripture, the kitchen of creation. Grab your slice. Say! Yeah! Yeah! Flat like a pizza baked under the dome. Waters above, that's your real home. Genesis blueprint sealed and tight. No curve, no spin, just day and night. Thickness A, radius C. Pi times E times A times A, that's reality. The crust is the land, the sauce is the sea, and the cheese is the life God gave to thee. But they serve you a globe with that Lucifer crust. NASA's the chef and deception's a must. Fate runs the spiral, life's DNA. They bury the pattern to lead you astray. Flat like a pizza baked by the king. Fire in the garden, fire in the ring. Don't mess the oven, truth in the flame. Cut through the lies, call the globe by its name, yeah. Flat like a pizza baked by the king. Fire in the garden, fire in the ring. Don't mess the oven, truth in the flame. Cut through the lies, call the globe by its name, yeah. They sell you orbits and rockets in flight, but can't show gas next to vacuum at night. Golden ratio fire in the flowers and shells, but they space stations, just Hollywood tells. Waters above, crash down in the flood. Hark on the crust, life saved by the blood. Now they plot for the beast in the U-Wing Hall. Lucy's trust candles lit under the call. Math don't lie, the volume don't spin. Pizza stays level no matter the spin. So why does your globe need a fear campaign? Cause truth in the crust breaks the devil's chain. Every size equals size. Every lie I despise. Pie in the road, pie in the plan. God is the baker, not mortal man. Pie in the brew, pie in the plan. God is the baker, not mortal man. Flat like a pizza baked by the king. Fire in the garden, fire in the rain. Don't mess the oven, truth in the flame. Cut through the lies, call it glow by its name, yeah. Flat like a pizza baked by the king. Fire in the garden, pie in the rain. Dome as the oven, truth in the flame. Cut through the lies, call it glow by its name, yeah. So keep every size, equal size, every lie, I despise. Fire in the road, pie in the plan. God is the baker, not mortal man. Fire in the brew, pie in the plan. God is the baker, not mortal man. Flat like a pizza baked by the king. Fire in the garden, pie in the rain. Dome as the oven, truth in the flame. Cut through the lies, call it glow by its name, yeah. Flat like a pizza baked by the king. Fire in the garden, pie in the rain. Dome as the oven, truth in the flame. Cut through the lies, call it glow by its name, yeah. So keep your fake space in your molten core. I'm serving the truth they can't ignore. Flat like a pizza, recipe divine. Serve since the start of time.
Oh yeah. So that was 80 miles, right? So I just saw the comment of FE Nation mentioning about, he's saying Peak Finder is how I found out what mountains I was looking at from my pictures from a plane flight. They are the Swiss Alps from 2,000 miles away. Absolutely. So Peak Finder is an app that you can put your location on the same map, and it just shows you whatever mountains it has around you with all the details, from distance to elevation to everything, right? And it's not making shit up, it's the actual data of everything geographically, right? So if you see this video on a big screen, you're gonna see it like all the mountain range exactly the same, with the same silhouettes, and with all the information that the Peak Finder show on the screen, right? So confirming that that's the Mount Tisauca in Morocco's seen from southern Spain, from a beach 80 miles, right? 130 kilometers away, right? With your bare eyes. So yeah, awesome. Absolutely. So anyway, guys, you can check that video on my YouTube, on my Facebook, TikTok. If you want to have a close look, it's there, right? And yeah, the link is there, right up there. If anybody wants to jump in, and let's see where were we with these clowns.
Hey, Vikka, before we start up, I want to say that video was really cool. And
Sorry?
I just want to say before we start up that video was really cool. And it's crazy how you can get 80 miles away on your phone. It's so cool, because that's like anybody could do that. You know, you say you can see with your bare eye. That's crazy, bro. And the graph was awesome, and especially awesome because like you didn't make that, you know, that's from an app, so it's, you know, you gotta kind of assume it's accurate, right? That, and I thought the song was really cool. I'm not sure who that was, but there was another song, I think, unless it was the same
Matrix
one.
Reject, the Flat Like a Pizza. Yeah, from Matrix Reject.
All right. It reminded me of like Linkin Park a little bit. Little rap, little rock and roll, you know, good stuff. Good job, brother.
Good
Thanks
to hear
for
from
that.
you guys.
Yeah.
Yep, go ahead.
Hey,
Ira, how you doing?
what's going on? Sorry, it's been a while. I had to get my life in order. Hey, this is like a haunted house of an economy here in America sometimes. I got it worked out. I don't know. It's kind of awesome. I was like, wave my hands and figure things out. I'm a frantic little creature, but I'm glad to. I just want to come and say hi to you guys at least, and I definitely wanted to also, besides all the wonderful things I had to say, remind everybody that Jeran went to a Catholic Jesuit school that was all male, and it was a private school, and he's definitely a Jesuit, and that's really important to know. Like I saw like a little bit of last week's thing. I had to see it not live, but I saw what you guys were looking at, and these conversations this guy's having with this Professor Dave character. I mean, these guys are plants, and Jeran was a plant from the start. This is, he's in on some very deep deception to maintain this heliocentric, like, sorcery, black magic thing that they're doing. And it's horrifying. He's a terrible person. Whatever.
What does it really mean to be a Jesuit and out of a school from that? What does that really kind of mean?
It's a group of dark artists. I mean, they've been inducing this state. They're kind of they're that cult that freaking stole all this weird architecture and turned it into like not energy centers. And like for example, here in where I live, there's a St. Paul Cathedral. There's a lot of St. Paul cathedrals all over the world, but there's one of them here in St. Paul.
Right.
And we go in there and we find that there's fakery with the construction photos, meaning like there's little paper mache people crawling around on a toy set, but you can ask them for the construction photos and they'll just show you that. It's like a huge middle finger
that they add in, right? With the with the whiteout skies.
Yeah, and exactly. They're the people who are occluding the history, and I mean, I would just say it's.
So what do you think? It's like recruiting? Is it like they're like?
I don't know if they're recruiting, man. It's really hard to say.
These people to find out who's got the right type of personality to really do something that's diabolical.
They have a diabolical sense of vetting. Like I've read some of the documents in which they obey. They hold themselves up to these standards, and I've read these documents, and it's like life or death for these people. Like I don't know, man. It's not good. Like
right.
It's just like.
Well, I was just asking for a little clarity because there's so many factions and different aspects and levels and
absolutely
names and places and people and countries and all. So it really kind of gets it's a little confusing. So
this is a point where if I subjectively respond with some words, like I want to be pretty precise. So it's like I could definitely like get together some documents of like what I've seen and been exposed to about it. But yeah, all I can tell is that they're definitely part of the reason we're all paying to live, and that we're all
an arm of the beast.
Yeah, and it's like this is a vampiric economy system where like
in so many ways too.
And they're also making it impoverished on purpose. Like I used to kind of think maybe like if you're a rich person, you would want to see a flourishing economy with a free market everywhere. But no, they actually benefit from constricting the economy. And then that comes the question about the motives of why you would want to do so, except you're putting
keeps them on top too, though, right?
Oh, it might also be about these CSL plasma centers going all over these towns and these poor neighborhoods. Like, I don't know. I think it's like, I don't think those blood bags are going to the hospitals every time.
Nah.
And I think that, it brings the question about like, what these people are, or and it's not normal. It's definitely like I have questions, and
it's just been normalized is what it is, bro.
Yeah, and they say it'll save lives, compassion, whatever. No, I mean, this is crazy. Like they're literally taking people and pretending to cremate and then turning it into McDonald's. Here, like some evidence.
All right, Ira. I think let's get back to the subject. Yeah.
Anyways, I guess that shows what I think of Jeran. So,
Oh yeah,
anyways, good to hear from you, Vikka.
oh yeah, same here. Anybody else wants to jump in? The link is up there. If you guys want to add something to the conversation, alrighty. Because we didn't even do a quarter of this shit,
That's when I
but
first
yeah.
started YouTube. I'm going to find the shape of the earth. Well, I found it. So I did. Did I go a long path there? And did I tell some non-truths to people that I wish I wouldn't have? Yeah. But at the same time, I think people getting to see that is helpful. So I've gotten so many messages from people that are out of the flat earth. You asked how it's doing. I think it's in shambles. I mean, you maybe won't notice that from the creators because they feel like every video they're doing is getting seen by everybody, and they think any move that's done by the media or NASA is like a direct result of one of their videos, which is hilarious.
Delusional.
Oh, but yeah, it sounds ridiculous, but fucking the people they are studying flat earthers. They are coming up with bullshit. Oh yeah, absolutely, they are doing. I don't know if it was the mechanical realm, which was the reason that they changed the globe on the Prague astronomical clock. That was very recent shit.
That's pretty funny. I didn't think of that.
Crazy.
So don't tell us that, your priest and all this shit, they're not listening to shit and coming up with, and all your AI and bots also helping you guys, right?
Yeah.
This is the thing. He thinks that we are not reaching anywhere. Again, I'll mention it again, Jeran. Just another video that I put yesterday, day before yesterday, about a flat earth in a game. Almost reaching 60,000 views in 2 days, Jeran. Did you get 60,000 views in this 6 months? Did you?
Good Lord.
I've never even seen them, even know they exist. So yeah, they're just a shell of them former self, and it's because if you expose these people for the backtrackers that they are, let's use Eric Dubay for an example. Eric Dubay, in his 200 proofs, says 3 or 4 times about the southern 24-hour sun, that it doesn't exist, that there is no 24-hour sun, that light doesn't go past 80 degrees south. As soon as we go down there, actually, as soon as we said we were going to go down there, he immediately flips to, oh, it's been explained. It's completely explained by Lady Blunt. It's not explained. In her book in like 1900, she says, oh, it's also come to our attention that there is a 24-hour sun in the south, and that the light gets, the daylight gets longer the more south you go, or the further away from the equator you go during their summer. And then she says, now, we don't have an answer for this, but as Zetetics, we still hold that the earth is flat. That's not having an answer for something when you're just like, yeah, we acknowledge that this thing that goes against us exists, but we don't have an answer for it. So there is no answer.
No. There are some mentions about 24-hour daylight sometime of the year, right? But not of a 24-hour sun. Right?
Right.
You guys didn't. Yeah, go ahead. Guys want to add something before we continue? Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, I think that's something about the daylight is different than the sunlight. Terry Eicher explains that so perfectly in his he has this thing about the electromagnetism in the moon phases, and he does this experiment using magnets right next to the noble gases, and he points out the differences, and it has described even in the Bible between sunlight, daylight, and moonlight. And then I guess the fourth one would be that they might call it false light or Luciferian light, but like that's where you get your lights that are like crafted and put into light bulbs. So it's different types of light. The only types of light that cast perfect shadows is sunlight and moonlight. The other ones are scattered.
Yeah,
so
you're
daylight
right, bro.
and
Sure,
sunlight is
a
just
good way to
direct.
tell. A good way to tell the difference is like when you're in a thunderstorm, you still see light, and that's daylight. There's no sunlight when you're in a thunderstorm because the cloud coverage is that thick, and the shadows are minimal, and it's usually under like a big heavy tree, underneath a car.
Yeah.
Other than that, there's not really usually too much of shadow to speak of. So,
But I mean, tonight's a full moon, and And Vika, you should consider if it's moonset for you and it's moonrise for me, we can take some simultaneous video tonight. I'm free tonight, but I think that would be helpful just for like in the sense of zetetic astronomy, right? It's like, I could use that kind of thing if you ever want to do a moonset, moonrise, and then show that we're on the opposite sides of the world, strangely talking through a portable phone like this I am with you. And yeah, it's just like if anybody wants to simultaneously record it and then get the exact time that it's recording so that you can line it up and then study it that way. I feel like that's like the next level of what individuals can do for themselves to help prove that the earth is flat. That's what I
Oh yeah, there used to be an app. Go ahead, Gene.
A full moon always rises at sunset. It's 180 degrees off.
That's right.
It's a good way to keep track of that one.
That's right.
There used to be an app called Geoptra. I don't know if it's available now, but it was like a app, like a digital theodolite, if you want to call it, right? And you can use for making this kind of observation. Imagine 10 people having this app, and they all record in real time the moon, for example, and it's going to show your longitude, latitude, everything in relation to the degrees from the horizon, everything, right? So yeah, something like that could be helpful, right, to make an experiment like that.
Yeah.
If you can remember, we had, I think it was Harry from California a couple of years ago, and we all saw a sunset at one time, at the same time. From California to New York to Spain, we all saw the quarter moon, half a moon, whatever it was, I forget, but we all saw
Oh yeah, we did few things. Yeah, in these years, we're not gonna remember everything, but yeah, for sure.
Yeah. That one sticks out a lot. That was like the first time we did that. I was like still blown away by that. Because that's like, I think about 7,000 or 8,000 miles between California and you, Vika. Right? Something like that.
Yeah.
6 or 7, right? I forgot.
Yeah.
That's like really super far.
Love the pause screen right now.
Professional.
Oh yeah, let's play
is
this.
one of the worst. He's so irritating.
Oh, he's just like,
Let's hear it. Let's hear it.
Answer for that, and they just look foolish. Now Eric Dubé is like, oh, they were in a studio. So he went from saying, oh, it doesn't matter if they see the 24-hour sun. Lady Blunt said it exists, so it doesn't matter. Then as soon as we get back, he's like, oh, they were in a studio and they faked. Well, then we faked it, but it didn't matter. It doesn't make any sense. So
yeah, constant flip-flopping. And then all the clips of Dubé saying how badly he wants to go down there. And then he's given a free trip, doesn't want to go.
Oh yeah, because not everybody is a freeloader, right? Because these con artists.
Yeah, really. He didn't want to go with them.
Yeah, it's like get on the plane with a bunch of Jesuit Batman villains. I'm sure nothing could go wrong. You gotta be kidding me.
The Joker times 6.
Comedy writes itself, man. Like, you ever think that like all this is kind of hilarious? Like the damage control these guys are doing. Like, I'm glad this is the topic. It's like it's dark, but it's entertaining.
Oh yeah, everybody knew that then Eric Dubé not gonna go, right? And many people didn't wanted these clowns also to go, but they were so much eager to screw themselves up, right?
Yeah, it's like take notes, Eric. Like shots are fired from Professor Dave here. It's like when that dude uploads a new video, it's just the coolest thing. It's like I get excited about watching chess videos and then whatever he puts up, and it's like it's the only news. It's the only news we need at this point. It's the realest news, I feel like he's the final journalist.
Oh yeah, Eric Dubai. For sure, we knew he's not gonna go. Flat Earth Dave, we don't know. Right? He said he didn't want it to go.
With him. I mean,
Yeah.
I think it's the same caution. Both those guys are like looking at this like, we don't want to get on a plane with these people we don't trust. I mean, that's what they say, you know, and you know, that's all I can see is what they're saying. I wouldn't get on a plane with these people either. So could agree on something small there.
These guys were already ready to lie even before they went. Both of them, Jeran and Austin, they were already started freaking lying even before they went. They were so eager to go because they as I said, they thought they're gonna get a free ride and gonna prove something, right? Yeah. This is what they thought. But that's not was the outcome. But they wanted to play. They wanted to have con people, and they're gonna, like, you know, from everywhere. They think they're gonna go and play this shit, and they're gonna come back to the community, and like everybody's gonna be believe everything that these people are saying, right? This is what they thought, and they're gonna continue the right to make people look and focus and everything in other direction than real progress, right? Yeah. So.
Hey, Justin.
Hey, what's up, Justin? Justin, hey, brother.
Vikka.
JJ, how you doing?
Hey, Ira.
Hey, man.
Good to see you guys, man. Y'all hear me loud and clear?
Yes, sir.
Got you.
Oh, yeah.
Right. I appreciate you being letting me up here, man, and letting me hang out with y'all, and look forward to the rundown here.
Oh, yeah. Oh yeah, they think that they did a really damage to the flat earth community with this, right? So let's hear them.
Pretty interesting, right?
Yeah, same thing with Weiss.
Before we continue, anybody else wants to jump in? Psychedelic, shout out to you. Zetetic Truth Tube, also shout out to you, brother. If you guys want to jump in, the link is there. Alrighty.
I mean, Weiss hasn't talked to me since I got back from the trip.
Shocking.
Yeah, it's just crazy indeed. But what can I expect? I mean, you'd be, if that guy admitted it, he'd be losing his cash cow. So.
His meager income. Yeah.
Yeah, it may not be much, but it's going to zero from whatever it was. Is not a.
One thing is for sure. I don't know. Yeah, for sure. Yeah, I think Jeran was thinking that he was. Yeah. They said maybe he makes a bit. Maybe Dave makes a bit. One thing is for sure. Dave has worked for it, right? But he makes more money than you, Jeran. That's for sure.
He does a lot more too than Jeran ever did.
I mean, even before Jeran did this TFE thing, I remember seeing some of his videos and being like, no, this smells. And what I mean is, like, you might be saying something truth, but you can make it look like a gas station, man. Like, you can turn it into something really stale, something unattractive, so that anybody who stumbles upon this, which will totally get pushed up in their algorithms, somebody will click away really quickly. And I remember he was doing this parody on like a Budweiser commercial, but trying to apply it to like an old 90s Budweiser commercial and try to translate it into these like flat earth facts that don't rhyme and, making it look unattractive. And I just like, that's a technique, and I've always been suspicious of him. And, I didn't see the raw footage of whatever this baby truther show, like, Tom's film goes to the heaviest degree of what that show has done. But when I saw the function of it, it's like, I see the function of it. It's like, well, it's nothing. It's not a bait that I would take, but the function of that is to, repel people away from actually taking the time to listen to people like us, or ever like even measure it for yourself and listen to the argument, because, well, the first thing somebody sees with a guy like Jeran, who was trying to insert himself into this truth community, is that they see baby truther show. So who's the baby? Well, the person clicking play on it, right? So most people probably aren't clicking that, but they would assume that that's the stairs they have to climb in order to achieve some kernel of truth. So it's just like the same technique you get in a daunting bookstore full of philosophy books, and you didn't read all of them, so you must be really dumb. And it's like, actually, no. It's just most of these books are written by pretentious academics, and this guy's just trying to ideologically dominate his audience with something called the baby truther show. So, I mean, these are techniques.
Oh yeah, these people. This is the thing, Ira. Right? These people thought that they can only manage everything related to flat Earth. Right? That they can gatekeep it, like, don't let other channels, like,
Yeah.
have the say. So this is what they were thinking, that is going to continue for a long time. Right?
Yeah. Prevent real artists from ever being seen. And then what this, I mean, if this were physical objects, guys like him would be littering, just like posting a 5-hour video every day forever, and you did all this. It's like nobody's gonna watch all that, but like, yeah, just anybody who's. You guys hear me? Sorry, somebody's trying to call. I might have to head off here shortly, but thank you for having me on for a second. I just wanted to, say hi to you guys. I appreciate you all so much. And
Yeah, brother, good to have you, man.
Yeah, man. But it's like that's what they're doing, is littering, essentially. Absolutely.
Right, muddy the waters.
Yeah.
Make them filthy.
And that's a technique.
It's all about the logical fallacies, That's how they run the show.
I mean, and the levels of control they go to. I mean, I won't. I mean, I'm just gonna say, like, the Saturnian cults and stuff like that. It's real, and it's down the street from everyone. Yeah, I'm not trying to get people to look at external enemies all the time, but like, yeah, how about my old job? Like, I was made to look kind of crazy because some dude comes in and lights a cigarette and blows smoke into the old lady's face. I'm not, I like a cigarette once a month, but like, doing that is an act of disrespect, bordering assault. And I was working at my job. The whole place is cleared out of stuff. And then I like go to confront this guy and throw him out of the bar. And it's like, what's happened? And this relates to, like, I think there's techniques to make people like us, look insane and destroy our economic opportunities. Like, it does matter to keep stoic, keep a stoic architecture about yourself, and figure out how their techniques are just trying to pull out a toothpick to break the entire phalanx of your composure. And that's what these guys are doing, this Professor Dave guy. And I wouldn't be surprised if that guy was a hired hand, because, like, I don't know, locally in the Twin Cities, like, who else is just like sounding off car alarms about the earth being flat except for me, who's putting my middle name out there? Like, I literally am just like, whatever, man.
It's like a middle
nothing
finger
else to live for. Like, this is important. This is awesome. And yeah, I threw my entire life savings to make an art film about it that I lost money on it on purpose. It's fun. It's like, it rules. And I've made the coolest friends in the world through it. Like, that's what I'm about, It's the new hardcore music for me.
Oh yeah, you're pretty inspiring, brother.
It is hardcore, bro.
Thanks. And by the way, before I get off the phone, I want to tell you guys, listen to the band Turnstile. Saw them last Saturday, and I do my thing trying to tell people about flat Earth. I just go to shows. I think that's another thing, is like, organizing things to protest all this stuff is one thing, but like, why don't we just go to shows and just like talk to people and like hand them physical literature? I think that's probably the best move. By the way, I thought of that recently, and I don't know. See the band Turnstile, y'all. That they're excellent. There were 6,500 people at their show, and it was a
That's
hardcore
cool.
band from the East Coast where I'm from, and they became like everybody thinks they're hot shit now, and I'm like, I've never seen this amount of like momentum, but those giant crowds, I think that's the way we really communicate to these people instead of having to use TikTok all the time. You know, like let's just start going to cool shows and tell them about
Grassroots, huh?
Yeah, seriously. I think that's the move. But yeah, you guys check out that band Turnstile. I got to run off the phone because I got to take this call, but I really want to just jump in here and say hi to y'all. Sorry to take away
to see you,
from
Aaron.
Professor Dillhole and Jesuit Jeran Karenism. But I love you guys very much.
brother.
Yeah,
Love your brother.
See ya, bro.
I'll be listening. Thanks.
Yeah. Alrighty.
Right.
Let's con.
That's kind of what's happening to me. It's not the healthiest thing to do, but sometimes if the alternative means you got to lie to people, you'll never catch me doing this.
Mm-hmm. All right. Well, I appreciate the perspective and the additional context. So now let's do a little flat Earth debunking. I think you want to talk about some flat earthers and things they've said. Whatever you've got, let's go for it.
Yeah, I got a lot of stuff. And so let me see if we bring these up and share screen. All right, here's first one we're going to look at is Eric Dubay, as he is, I don't want to look at him. Flattered Papa. I don't want to hear him. I can't stand his voice, but here we go.
Okay. He's spoken with extreme confidence, as you will hear for yourself right now.
In order to fit the heliocentric globe model, this midnight sun phenomenon must also occur for observers south of the Antarctic Circle during winter solstice. Depending how far south the observer is, the sun should be seen for several days or weeks, never fully setting, just like it does in the north. In reality, however, there is never 24-hour sunlight anywhere in Antarctica at any time of year.
You heard it from the man himself. A 24-hour sun in Antarctica fits the heat. Here's another clip.
The midnight sun being seen only in the northern regions is evidence against the globular theory. If the world were a globe, the midnight sun would be seen in the southern regions in December.
So notice that, and, if the Earth was a globe, then the midnight sun would be seen in the southern regions, and of course it is. And so, this is the problem: is all these guys, I can have respect for somebody if they're going to make a claim that's out of the ordinary, as long as.
And this is the thing. This information about that it's just because if you're gonna have a 24-hour sun is gonna work, Earth is a globe. Yeah, it would have been a setup right from the beginning, because many people remember Jeran quite earlier already was behind the 24-hour sun, so it was always their plan, right? Because as many flat earthers, many people ran with it, right?
Yeah, they paint that picture of an all or nothing logical fallacy where it's either A or B, and they always use the word proof instead of evidence, right? It's all about just regurgitation and repeating it enough, and it'll become factual, according to them. It's everything they do is a fallacy, when you really break it down.
Oh yeah, same like NASA and all the controllers and the government, just repeating the lies, right? Giving the only option, right?
Mm-hmm.
Or Trump or Hillary or Trump, right? It's just the same shit, right?
Right. That's why they
no
give
more
you that
options.
Illusion of choice. They make it look like you have choices, but really it's all scripted to be an illusion of choice.
Scripted to the core, right?
Right. Like, voting, you think that, oh, well, I'm a Republican, so I'm voting this side. Nobody knows who they're actually voting for. These people are actors just like everyone else that we see that's a part of it, And to be in any type of compliance with the powers that be and go on a trip to, their scripted TFE experience, it's a guilty by association. In my eyes, if we wanted to do something like that, then we need to set something together like that. Not that we're going to or need to really, because, they've they've dug their hole in the grave. It's they faked it more than once. The final experiment wasn't the first time that they've attempted fooling us that there's a 24-hour sunlight. So it's pretty telling.
Oh yeah, absolutely, brother. They're doing shit where they have the control, where anybody just cannot just go and do it, right? This is where the control is, right? But the flat earth could be proved every day by simple things, right? Just as I shared before, my observation, simple thing with my mobile phone just on the beach. They don't want to do this kind of science. No, they want to go there where people are not really allowed and do a shit show, all right? And this is what an optical phenomena, right? So this is where they play. Yeah, before we continue, let's say hello to Tron. Tron, how are you?
What's up, Tron?
Hey, what's up, man?
What
How
up?
you
What
doing,
up?
bud?
Listening to the troll show. No, I'm kidding. I'm listening. What are you guys? You're watching Duffy and these idiots, huh? Again, Lord.
Yeah.
Oh my God. Why would anybody believe them? Will Duffy's an admitted Mason, as we all know. He admitted it. And when he was asked if he was a traveling man, and he clearly paused to specifically say, "Yes, I am a traveling
Oh
man."
yeah.
And so that tells you all you need to know right there. He admitted it. He's got several lawsuits against him for lying and cheating of the public. And of course he thinks it's okay, right? He thinks it's okay because the Lord told him it was okay,
Yeah.
right? The Lord told him.
Came to him in a dream.
And so anyway, it's sad, and all of them are sad, man. All of them are sad. And the sun. You got 10 people. 10 people. They go down out of all the billions of people that have ever lived. 10 people are claiming something. Do you see anybody else running down there to challenge what they said, or to look for any proof or examine any data like real science would demand? Right? I don't see anybody. Have you guys know of anybody going down there? I don't know of
No,
any.
no.
I don't know of any announcements that are being made, or I can't find any. So,
Well, Leadwell's trying to go down there, but they're giving him a hard time with the ALE or whatever was trying to charge him way more than not. But the evidence is strong, dude, when it supports whether or not their last trip was, fallacious or not. It's obviously a green screen to some degree, or it's not real, right? I mean, there's plenty of evidence to support that their claim is no good, no bueno.
I agree, man. They don't. I'm still waiting on some proof.
Exactly. But
Verifiable proof that can. And then even if something is shown, shouldn't it be done like count several times? For real proof. They're using the scientific method and everything, but we don't need the scientific method when it comes to the heliocentric model,
the
because
trust me, bro method.
It's not scientific. The heliocentric model, the hypothesis, the lie, it's not science. It's pseudoscience. That's right. It's, believe me, bro, it's pseudoscience. So anything that's ever been said about this silly fake experiment, it should be verified countless times for some serious truth. So I don't know what the argument. There is no argument. There's no argument whatsoever. I feel bad. Sorry for all these poor guys.
Oh yeah, and mentioning to Tron, what were you mentioning about Mr. Will Duffy, right? As you were saying that he said God says it's okay to lie, right? So maybe God is lying to him too, so that he can do the real thing, because he mentioned in his closing, right? There was somebody behind him, no? He became very emotional and very cinematic, right? The only person behind me everybody wanted to know was God. Yeah, for sure. It could be God making you do things where the truth comes out.
The problem is, God is not only behind one person, Will Duffy. Are you freaking kidding me? What a stupid statement, isn't it? God's only behind him and nobody else. Come on. Stop this crap.
Couldn't we question what God he's talking about too, though?
Yeah, I was going to say that.
Take your pick. Take your pick. It doesn't matter with him.
They love to redefine what definitions are, including who God is, and it's their God apparently, and
Well,
I don't know
whoever
what
his
that
God is,
identifies.
his God
That's-
says you can lie and everything, So
Oh yeah,
I have a Freemason Bible someone gave me, and there's a whole section in the back with I don't know how many pages with Egyptian gods from the hieroglyphs that we see today, the statues from over there. I haven't really dug into it much. Somebody knows I collect that stuff, came to me with a bunch of stuff. They were cleaning out a house and found it. So it's kind of cool to have,
Yeah, it is.
But there's a whole section in the back dedicated to who they're worshiping, apparently. So
Yeah, I don't think it's the same God as we refer to.
I'm not sure about that either, bro.
Regardless of their word sorcery, just because they use words like Jesus Christ or whatever, they're deceivers, man. That's what they do.
Yeah, if anybody knows, probably more than me, about the English language being like 2 or 3 different languages all smashed together to make this like bastardized communication system that we're all pretty comfortable. Look, what language is going worldwide? English. It's bad language.
Yeah,
or bad, or just it's the reverse language that casts spells that we don't know what we're talking about.
Yeah, it's a lot of mockery in there when we use their whatever we're taught to use, and then you find out later on that everything you've been saying or doing is actually on their side. It's just we're mocking ourselves. We're just making a fool of ourselves, basically.
Yeah, it's rough, man.
Seems that way.
Oh yeah, I have to be a different God, no, right? Because it's the opposite of what the Creator is saying, right?
Really?
So maybe a sect, right? So anyway,
they're willing to back away from that as soon as the evidence takes them to that direction. So if he wants to make a crazy claim like that, that's fine. But the second that it's been now debunked and been shown clearly without any prejudice at all, then he needs to be a man and say I was wrong, but he can't do that.
What do they say about Witsit? Because you're cast out. You say you're no longer a flat earther. Witsit claims to still be a flat earther, but acknowledges that he saw the 24-hour sun and wasn't.
that's what is his main job that he wants to push, and he's gonna be pushing, right? Just to divert so that the community don't go in the right direction, right?
Right. Yes,
Creating now there are people, flat earthers, who believe in a 24-hour sun in Antarctica, and there are the majority who doesn't believe. So yeah, a part of the percentage will believe, right? Because they are so much indoctrinated, they are so much hypnotized by these con artists, right, that they don't see anything. It's like same like a fucking Hollywood celebrity or some politician, or blinded. It's obvious. People know that. Many knows that, right? So it's the same shit, propped up by the algorithms of the controllers. 33 Insight, right?
Yeah, it's a broken record at this point for the awakened. We're so looking out for it that it's you can't pull it on us. I mean, it's easy to see a mile away. Speaking of Witsit, he just had a fundraiser for him to he's got to move out of state and all this stuff and trying to raise money, and then 2 days later he was on a debate where he's trying to bet people $1,000 bet. It's like you're literally having fundraisers and making bets in the same week.
That's pretty crazy.
Yeah.
Yeah, the worst part is that the people don't see that shit, right? Ask them for a real experiment. No, everybody's gonna look somewhere else. Ask people for a real, genuine experiment and observations. The people are not interested.
Yeah, they're too busy being slaves. Sheep.
Well, they really should have had a whole set of different professional photographers with all different kinds of cameras, lenses, and all the gadgets and bells and buzzers and whistles that go with all that stuff. And they could have taken either one of those guys or whatever,
Yeah, if you go look back at every single person who went, go back and look at how much, streaming they did and how much footage they have. Like Witsit only did like 30, 45 minutes one time. He's got one live stream there. Jeran's got a couple, but it totals of a couple hours. So they're all relying on the Globers. They're trying to rely on their telemetry data and all their stuff, their cameras. The entire time, all they did was try to convince us that they were in Antarctica. That's what it seemed like to me. I mean, they spent more time, trying to convince us than actual doing any type of experiments.
Oh yeah, same like all the other shit with NASA and all these people, right? It's the same thing.
The ISS, what are they all doing up there? Tricks and blowing bubbles and brushing their teeth.
Yeah, trying to show that they are there where they are not. Yeah, exactly.
Same old playbook.
Yo, what's up? What's Sam? How you doing?
I'm all right, man. I just saw that you were on, so I just jumped in. Last time I had a problem with my internet, just cut off, and then I was tired. I went to sleep, disgusted.
Good to see you, Sam.
No problem. What's up? How was your encounter?
Well, I just came out of it because, with Jeran, I just talked to him on a private chat, like for 4 fucking hours. And, we talked about a lot of things, and, I opposed my logic to his, and it's very interesting. So I'm gonna just cut some sections. I'm gonna just put it together, and I have a live stream with him, and I told him if he could just hook me up with Duffy, McKeegan, McToon, Austin together, and if we can just all together, make a stream so I can just like tell them what I have to tell them. So it might be interesting. See what happens.
Yeah, I'm interested in seeing.
Yeah, it's going to be very interesting because I prepared that. Of course, you understand that. You have to believe that I prepared that. So, but those people are sharp. We have to be careful. They're not like they speak fast. They they can like. They're good.
Yeah, that's their forte.
And plus, you're going to be surrounded too, so you're going to be.
That's okay,
at you from all angles.
Yeah, because that's the only thing they have, brother. Is a lot of talk and no walk. This is the thing. There are many people also on TikTok, right, Tron? A lot of talk but no walk.
I'm gonna have to play it.
A lot of that going on. Yep.
I'm gonna have to play it Israeli style, like to give them like a fucking 6 days war, like quickly, because if not. I'm dead. So I have a few things.
What's your angle? How are you gonna start in with them, bro? Where's your starting point?
I tell you something. I don't want to tell it now because I know people are listening. But the thing is that I'm going to try to bring them on my battlefield and not go on to theirs first of all.
All right, cool,
man. But what I have, is like 4 or 5 things to say that actually I don't believe that were never said about TFE. But what I think about, what the goal is of this entire operation, and that's what I want to play. So if in between, those people are talking like for 5 hours about like trying to prove that the Earth is a globe, doesn't matter. It's not. My point is just to be able to tell them things and to see how they react to it, and.
Nice.
But very, very important things, like for example, without giving too many details yet, but David Weiss also always said that that TFE was made for him. He was for him, but that's totally bullshit. It was made for Jeran and Austin, and this I can prove. I can explain. It was made for them, not for him. Nothing to do with him. It was made for them. The big victory of TFE is Jeran. Jeran is the price of TFE to be able to officially to turn to turn officially, popular
Yeah.
flat earther into a glober. That's a
Sure.
fucking price. But
You
it
kidding?
doesn't.
That was huge for them.
But I don't think it was a casualty, Sam, that he was a flat earther and he became a glober. I don't think there are a lot of signs already that he was a plant right from the beginning. So to lose, nothing was lost.
We lost
I think
the
it
plan.
was gained to know that what was the real meaning of sheep in or wolf in wolf like would
Yeah,
be
yeah.
like too much
Wolf in
maybe.
sheep's clothing, right?
Check it
Yeah,
out.
but even calling wolf would be a disrespect to wolf because wolves are quite intelligent animals.
Check it out. The thing is that there is the truth, and you're right. We didn't lose nothing, and then there is the show business. They're running, so all they can do is to show things that don't exist. Just to pretend, because if we don't believe, if we understand certain things, lots of people are going to fall into believing what they're trying to show. Hey, look, there's a glober, a flat earther that became a glober, realized that the earth was a globe, and they can spread that on the internet. A lot of thousands of idiots are going to just believe it. They're going to use that. They're going to build on that. Even though
Yeah, Sam, but this is the second. Yeah, we know that, Sam, but it's the second time. Okay, so it wasn't. It's not going to be casualty that the same person who was there in behind the curve who screwed it up. We all know he screwed it up, right? He's screwing it up again. So the people who really have eyes to see will see that it was a plant, right? No proof. They don't have science to back it up what they are saying,
But
right?
The thing is that that's my whole point, and I don't want to spoil it for you now, guys. But when you analyze everything, there is a theory. There is a theory that, in fact, again, the point was never to prove that the Earth is a globe. They're playing us with this. They are fooling us with this. They would have been fucking it up so badly. There are other objectives, around that TFE shit that appears to be like a fuck up, appear to be like something like small, but it's not. If I understood correctly, there is a different agenda, which is not to prove that the Earth is a globe. They cannot prove the Earth is a globe. They cannot do it. NASA cannot do it. You understand? But they can't attack the flat Earth community, which is the real danger, not flat Earth. The elites don't give a shit about if their slaves believe in the flat Earth or in the globe. They don't give a shit as long as they remain their slaves. And again, the flat Earth community it can jeopardize their control, because this is where the danger is. It's in the flat Earth community, not in the flat Earth concept. You understand? So that's fine. It's not easy to accept like this, like the way I explained it like this in like 2 minutes. But when you analyze, there is some kind of a logic, a possible logic. We don't know, but I think it's interesting to be ready for more, because I don't think it's stopped.
It's gonna. What he's gonna get is like this was a stepping stone. TFE was a stepping stone. They are gonna bring it more in public to mock it more. Right.
I asked him about the documentary. I said, "What the hell is going on with the documentary?" He said, "Oh, they're just like looking for somebody for screening. I don't know what it means, but it's like they're like in the final stage of like
Yeah, they need a sponsor. Yeah, they need a fucking sponsor. This is what they need, because they need a sponsor to launch it on a huge platform where it should make the impact what it's supposed to make, right? Because as I said, it's also one of the whole idea, right? It all connects. In the end, these kind of movies or documentaries where it reaches the far. No matter you're doing activism and many other things and small time experiments and all that shit. This is where the reach is. Not even TikTok or people on TikTok, no, because this goes to the masses in one flash, right? Exactly. People have to fucking understand that. So it's very important. But this is the way to really reach people. Why the hell cannot we do it in the right way? Why? Because people are fucking busy resourcing bullshit like these, right? The community is fucked. The flat earth community is fucked because many people who can do a lot to do something production like this where it could reach at a level where it's given to the masses. This is where it affects. Rest is all buried between algorithms and all that shit, right? For sure, it's reaching a lot of people, right? In short forms. People are absorbing things, but the people need something like this where it really makes an effect. They were gonna tell a lie story, but the people are gonna eat it. Same thing with behind the curve. They're gonna eat this bullshit also because they cannot hide the flat earth. They can ridicule it. They can divide it. That's why we have pawns like Mr. Austin here still trying to say that he's a flat earther. Is to just fuck up. It's time for the fucking people to understand that.
Yeah, I like what you're doing there, Sam, because it is important, as much as we
Extremely important.
just like listening or looking at them, it's they're going to paint history, they write history, and as long as we allow it and not continue to just bring out the evidence over and over that we can, whatever evidence we can bring, even though it's not even our burden. I feel like it is, because they're going to write it down however the heck they want to, and the sheep just follow along.
Exactly. The thing is that when you think about it, again, if I was instead of them, or instead of the elites or whoever, just wants to, destroy the community, well, I'd have to understand that if laughter, mockery didn't work, insulting didn't work, what's next? Think they're going to stop here? That's over? Okay, they mocked us, they insulted us, it didn't work, goodbye. No, they're not going to go away. And the next step in order to undermine the community is to demonize it and eventually make it illegal. Make it dangerous and then illegal. That's the only thing they can do if they really want to get rid of the community, and they cannot through laughter and everything. So that's a reality. I don't know. It's just, again, it's an idea. It's not proof of that, but it makes sense. It makes sense. And well, I'll explain maybe what.
Oh yeah, that might be also one of the reasons that they still have one of their person still acting. He's one of them. For sure, there are a lot more to play that game. What you are mentioning, right? There are things there. You can see it from the far. Already few things coming through this bullshit, right?
Yeah. So
and it's gonna get very political. Yeah.
Exactly. So we have to let's not be fooled by the fact that they're making mistakes, because when you think about it, NASA. That's what I put on my video. When you think about it, NASA is building like multi-million dollars like engines, very complex, complicated engines to manufacture. And if you make like one fucking single mistake in your calculation, it won't work, or it will explode or something. So they are very successful to creating engines and space shuttles that don't go to space, but still that can propose themselves into the air. So they're good at calculations and not making mistakes, at checking things out. But when it comes to like, faking space and space missions, they'll only fuck up. They make so many stupid mistakes. It doesn't make sense. For me, it's like maybe done on purpose. It's not something
it's on
that,
purpose, Sam. I think it's purposeful, because if they can, if they can show us such garbage and people cheer them on, they know where we stand. They know where they stand with this, and it tells them how much further to go with the next project or psyop.
Well, it's just like, can I say something? Because I got to get off.
Hey, what's up? What's up, FE Nation? How you doing, brother? Go ahead.
Hey, okay, good. How are you? Because I got a law class I've got to go to. Hey, Gene. Hey, but in the documents for NASA, it says everything's based on a flat Earth, right? Flat surface. Okay.
Stationary.
And in their documents, it also says that the moon gets its light from the sun, but there's a book that says that the moon's its own light. Okay. That's where everybody is confused. If you pay attention where the sun And where the moon's at night, you know where the sun's at. Okay. And that's what you need to learn, that the moon is not its own light. It works over the flat surface. It's up there. There's no clouds that interfere with its light. Okay. And that's how the moon gets its light. It's not phasing itself. There's zero proof of that. Who's up there flipping a switch saying, oh, you got to turn on here. And then when we got the P900 now, the OG of the Globe Destroyer, I can look at it and I see shadows where light should be. And if that light, and I don't care, you cannot prove me wrong. You cannot. And if there's a shadow, that means a light source is shining on it. I've done a video on this, and I broke it down from an airplane view, looking down from over a mile high at the shadows on the ground from where the sun's located, and doing the same thing with the moon and matching it. It's like, wow, how come we know the sun's at, it's creating a shadow here, it's doing the same thing up there because the light is beyond. It's like, it's unbelievable. Anyway, I got to go, and that's all I'm going to say. And that's what we all flat earthers need to learn, that the moon gets its light across the flat realm from the sun.
Well, I disagree.
We know
with
it's
that,
not going. It's not going over a ball.
With all due respect, the luminaries are a mystery, and any positive claim of whether it is or
I'm going to
isn't,
show it.
It holds the burden of proof.
Johnson,
and
I'm going to show it how it works at the Truth Expo that's coming up next month.
where's that Truth Expo at? What are you talking? Which one?
In Quartzsite, Arizona.
Yeah,
the
people are running that are nothing but a bunch of shills, and they're also
No, they're not.
Listen, they're also incorporating aliens with flat Earth. So you have your opinion, but you don't think Mark Sargent's a shill, or who are you talking about? Who runs that? Who's running that organization? Who's putting that together?
Who's putting that together?
Yeah. And how are you so sure they're not shills?
Okay. I'm not going to argue with you, man.
I'm not arguing. I just
guys, you know what I mean?
No, but I'm going to go there because, Burner Court Fiction is going to be there. That's Saul's son. So he's going to be there. I'm going to be there. I'm an official photographer there.
Go there, check it out, and just
yeah, I'm gonna do some interviews there and everything.
Trust
I'm getting
no
down
one,
deep
question
with some
everything.
questions. I'm questioning everything when I get there, bro.
And don't trust no one, man.
I'm gonna be doing interviews. I got my show. I'm gonna talk to Mark. I'm gonna talk to everybody, and I'm gonna ask questions.
Even shills tell you everything you want to hear, man. That's
but
how they
at
roll.
least we're
and
gonna
that's how
get
they earned your
something out
trust.
of them because I'm gonna be there, and
Yeah.
I'm gonna ask questions.
You could learn a lot from even
But that's the whole thing
moon
in with
show.
the moon, man. You gotta realize, and I will be doing a live demo of how it works when I get there.
I'll definitely take a look, man. I just think that they're a mystery, and they're going to make positive claims that you cannot prove.
Well,
and
it's
that's
the
just my
moon.
opinion.
Moon gets its
Just an
light
opinion.
from the sun. No proof
all
that it
have
lights.
our-
If it's lit up itself, it
The angle, affination, there is for sure the angle has to do something, right? For it to create first of all the night and the day, and it acting as a satellite in itself, right? So it's not that it's a typical reflection, right? Oh yeah, for sure. I didn't check your exact video of why you think it's just a reflection, right? Because there are many kind of radiation happening between and visible and invisible lights phenomena happening, right? So yep.
Like I said, though, they can't lie to you about everything. They tell you already it's flat. That's all I'm saying, and they're telling you that the moon gets its light from the sun. And it only happens across a flat plane. It's not going around a ball. We know that.
That's for sure.
So, and what you got to, and when you see it at this angle, is because when the moon goes over the water, gets closer to the water. Same way with the sun. And when it gets to the land, it gets higher in the sky. And during that last, not the last eclipse, but 2 eclipses ago when I was filming it, I was looking at it from the south, and it was coming directly towards me, but it was going down. When I was filming it, I had to bring my camera down and as it was coming towards me. How's that? I should be raising it up, but I was turning my camera down. And then at one time, it's like my camera wasn't moving, but the moon started shaking. It was crazy. I got it on video. Like, what the fuck?
Alrighty, we don't want to go so much off topic, FE Nation, but I do have a question for you. So, what do you think? The moon is a sphere or a what? What is it?
Definitely, it's something floating above us.
No. What is the shape? What is the geometrical shape? If you're so confident about the moon, what do you think is the shape?
Sphere-like. I'm going to put a high altitude balloon.
A sphere-like,
yes.
Like a sphere.
Yes, sir.
So, I don't agree with that, but yeah, it's not today. Yep, not today. Next time, but yeah.
But anyway, I got to go to the show. Thank you for having me, Vikka. I sure appreciate you.
Yep. See you, bro.
That's
Good
my
to see you,
opinion.
Prof. Come
All right.
back, bro.
Later, bro.
Y'all be good.
Looking forward to that.
Alrighty. Well, let's continue.
In a studio or whatever other dumb crap they want to come up with. So, is he like a pariah as well, or what do they say about him?
I think in the communities kind of got some issues. Obviously, they think he faked a vape, which means that the whole thing was fake or something. But no, his position is just basically, there's enough wrong with the heliocentric model that it could still be flat, which it's not. There's no. That's another thing I think flat earthers don't realize is that they think that there'll be another map coming down the road, and there isn't. The AE map is the.
Oh, how many times we have spoken about the map, right? Jeran, we don't need a new map, right?
Really?
You guys need a new model, right? A globe with all the luminaries doing what it does, right? In real time. That matches reality.
You're going to see at one point I asked him if he believes the 16 emergency, landings from, Banjo. And he said it's all fake. And he just showed me with the globe, the distances. It's all fake because he's using like a 2D, map of the globe. So it wasn't very convincing, but, this is interesting. We have a few points, few things that he's bringing. So I don't know what to tell you. But what's funny is that since I made that video there, they're being like very respectful with me, like very something not normal because
don't fall for it.
We were I know, I understand, but I analyze this. We've been insulting each other with Jeran. We've been insulting each other like a few times through the comments and whatever. And it's honorable to see that you can sit with your enemy and just discuss respectfully. But I feel that there is something. Yeah, it's like it's interesting. Anyways, it's interesting. It's interesting. So I'm just gonna try to go there. And by the way, Justin Johnson, I want to tell you, man, never had the opportunity to tell you, but you made such a fucking good job, with David Weiss there, man. Shit, it was good. It was good. You just believe me. I believe it's God that just put you exactly at the right time at the end. You just like fucking finished him. It's great. It's great. You said everything exactly what had to be said, and it's like it's like it was a checkmate. It was a checkmate. It was it's like fucking fantastic. That's why I put you a few times in the video because it's like wow. Right?
Oh yeah, I also mentioned to Justin. I also said to JJ that he did an awesome job in explaining what's the problem. Right? He was not like attacking David Weiss. He was saying what everybody was seeing. And put it in a very right way. What the fuck is the problem? Right?
Yeah, he didn't like that.
And with the whole TFE shit, right?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, I second that, bro.
Yeah, he keeps pushing. Everybody needs to have evidence. That's a claim. Where's your evidence? And then directly after that goes into his claims with no evidence.
Exactly. And that's why he's playing us. It's like so clear that it's like there's. something.
Yeah, because everybody was surprised how David Wise was acting in these times. We all were confused, everybody, right? In a way, right? He was thinking that he was doing his job in protecting or trying to defend flat Earth and not them, but to everybody else, it was looking like the opposite. We couldn't help it. We all were just observing what the fuck was happening, and Justin put it in the right way that the people could understand what we were seeing, what was happening, and what could it be, right?
Yeah, he sure wanted to jump to protecting flat earthers when we're comfortable with being picked on and called names and being ignorant, dumb retards. I'm a proud deplorable, my man. So, his excuse of why he's being so defensive, he's worried about us looking bad. That's just nonsensical in my perspective. But he wants to do a lot of analogies. What if you were there? What if Jeran actually wasn't Jeran? And it's just like you want to go into just random ass shit instead of just getting down to the root of what we see here and our perspective. It's all, I think he's quite narcissistic.
Yeah, so like I put in the video, he's so worried about us looking bad, but that he calls us retards and stupid and insults us, so this is bullshit. And he also doesn't care about looking stupid himself by so many ridiculous claims that he did, and those fake debunkings, because all his debunkings were debunked. It's all fake and purposely faked. There's nothing that holds in everything he says. Every single thing he said about TFE, I debunked in the video. It's totally false. Even the shadows, everything.
And how about recusing yourself because you have a bias with your money maker, your app? It's like if there wasn't a 24-hour sun in the South, then there goes his money maker. So therefore, you're biased. You should be recused and just keep to yourself. But he wants to come out and play bodyguard and defend all these people. Even McKeegan, right when that green screen incident happened, he was all over that within hours. But I went back and watched a lot of these different live streams, and it's like they don't even add up right, because they get there, they supposedly landed on a runway, took a tractor to the camp, and then later on went to this other place. But some of their first live streams from say like McKeegan or Duffy were from the second location, so they must not have streamed anything from the first location. It's like I'm just trying to really analyze all of it. Even still today, I'm going back and watching it, and you'll catch stuff you haven't seen, just because you're in the heat of the moment, and you look at stuff later on and you have a better eye, it seems to me.
Yeah,
So I think it's really important to not stop talking about it, really. As much as I hate talking about it.
Very important.
Yeah. Because if not, they're going to write it as they will,
Oh, yeah. And I don't think even David Wise expected that these people are going to turn on him. Right?
Right.
But, well, I don't know, because, again, when you analyze all these attacks, there's a pattern. Again, they are promoting flat Earth while undermining the flat Earth community. They are turning flat Earth against the community. Look at what he does, Dave. He's promoting flat Earth. It's clear. There's nothing to say about that. He talks about flat Earth and all his demonstrations there. But on the other hand, he undermines the flat Earth community. How can you do that? What's the logic behind that? And there is a logic. When you look at the media, okay, they're not really attacking flat Earth. They are making fun of the flat Earth community, yes, all the time. But actually, all their attacks on flat Earth are fake, because all they are doing is publicizing flat Earth. They're making, flat Earth known by people. You understand? While pretending to fight it, they just make it known, because most people never heard of that, So, this is a game we are being played.
I would like to agree with that for everybody that's in the chat or in listening, that we are mainstream. Flat Earth is mainstream. Don't let anybody kid you or lie to you. Everybody has heard of the topic just about, and because we're making a difference, as far as I'm concerned, we are making a huge difference. Okay. And all we get are just little reports here and there, but we're making a big difference. Even in the small town that I live in, every time I turn around, I meet somebody that's heard of the topic and knows about it. Okay. So that means we're winning because everybody's heard it. Everybody's heard of the thing, of flat Earth. They really have.
It's a good indicator when they're attacking you that you are over the target and you're a threat. You know, you don't see them over here making hit pieces about ghost hunters or Bigfoot believers or alien believers.
Here's what I ask
but
people.
Flat Earth is a problem.
Here's what I do. Here's what I ask these shills. I say, how many new globe believers did you get today? None. And ask how many flat Earth people that we get that are listening to us. Every day we get them. Every day.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Hey guys, you know what? Don't forget, NASA just closed down dozens and dozens of their social media sites. I think it was because we're just hitting them too hard.
Oh yeah,
that's a huge step, guys. In if they are like deactivating their comment sections and taking out their because other pages are making more traffic than they themselves, right? There are many sci-fi lover pages on every platform, right? Just want to give a quick shout out to Ironworks, our brother Vlad. The link is up there if you want to jump in. Oh yeah, this is the thing. These people are gonna always do the same thing, all right? Want to ridicule us. So also wanted to mention today, Tron. I just uploaded one video of an observation today, and there's a sign on video. It is written on the top by TikTok that reported content not verified. And I was mentioning it's because the new owners of TikTok has put a new feature. And it's about an observation that I did yesterday of a mountain range you could see.
They're screwing with TikTok. A lot of guys a lot of people on TikTok. I'm hearing that they're screwing with it. They're messing with the whole thing. You know how we can, especially those that run their own TikTok lives and have guests up and all that. They're messing around with it. It's really weird what's happening. Is I don't fully have it all figured out, but they're doing that. They're screwing around and changing things. It's
the new owner, brother. So
oh yeah, no doubt.
Well, you know, most likely it is, but there's a good strong chance that they own everything, you know, and everything's an illusion of independent ownership. And you know, I think that they just play the game, you know, and they want to play the crisis and the hero that they created, and ultimately we're gonna comply because it's a new owner, you know, and that's why.
Also, there's another thing to consider. They make a lot of money. They make money off off TikTok. They make money off. So it's a thing of money with them too. That do they really want to lose all the money, or they want to just censor here and there when they feel like they need to? You know, that's just my opinion. You know, my opinion.
Well, I think money's more for us slaves, and it's an illusion that it's important to them because they get printed out of thin air. They get, you know, they get paid off in many other ways, shapes, and forms other than you know, money. So I think money is just another illusion as well. It's a way to control the masses and, you know, the sheep, the slaves.
It's a way to control the higher ups too. You know, if you're offering somebody. They could be shuffling around billionaires who owns what looks like what too, you know, because I don't think any of these guys are really organic. Musk or Bezos or
they're all
I don't think any of them are really organic.
They're all actors, man, and they probably play multiple people as well. I
They're all phony.
I really do think so.
They're phonies. They're not smart. They've never done anything.
Exactly.
They're all given. It was all given to them. I've watched these people talk. They're dumb individuals. Let's be honest. They're not very bright. I'm like, how did they get all this money? They were chosen to be the patsies because they're. I've listened to Elon Musk talk, and frankly, look, the guy sounds like an idiot. Let's be honest.
It is.
Oh yeah, they get all their money because it's in the bloodline. You know, they're related to these people.
Exactly.
In my opinion.
And you know what, people
agree with something close to that. You know, maybe it's their turn to make a couple of billions. So hey, here you go. Here's a spotlight for 5 minutes. That's like their 5 minutes of fame. You know.
But I tell you something. One of the best way for them to make money is by selling information about people. If I have like a
everyone
platform
else's
with
information.
Yeah, if I have a platform with 500 million people, it's worth billions of dollars. Just the information I can sell on these people to all kinds of different companies or organizations, agencies, whoever. It's worth more money than anything else. And also with the app, with the Dave Wise app, everybody says, okay, he's just making $3 a year or something, or I don't know. But actually, the listing is worth money because there is no listing of flat earthers. Never, I don't think it ever. There will never a listing of flat earthers. So there might be some buyers somehow that want to have a listing of flat earthers for whatever reason, or to sell them things. I don't know, but it's worth money. It's information. Information is is worth a lot of money all the time. So
It's
if you really
usually
have
about sales.
if you have 200,000 flat earthers, which I believe is more like 150,000 Globers and 50,000 flat earthers anyways, but if you have lists of people of 200,000, 500,000 people, it's worth money somehow. I don't understand that business because I'm not in it, but I know that lists of people are being sold all the time, for marketing, for all kinds of reasons, for anything. So it's also a way to make a lot of money. If you just can have millions of flat earthers onto a fucking Microsoft file, like a file, and that's worth money somehow. If you know who to sell it to, you're gonna find buyers. That's for sure.
Yeah,
that's for sure.
and also, when you realize that this stuff is a bloodline ran, the powers that be, there's bloodlines there, and
Yes.
once you realize that, and you see all these actors that are a part of the show, like Elon, you got to realize that it's generational. So go look back
Yeah.
at his family. Look at his family. Look who his
Exactly.
mom is, and it is pure evil. And then people think that Elon's this good guy here to, save us with our First Amendment and all this other nonsense. It's like, yeah, right.
I have a direct experience with this because when I was back in France, I used to be a private investigator. And at one point, I was making a lot of money because I was working with tip-top corporations, in the stock market and everything. And I knew the top guys inside. And I was working with supermarkets, and they generate billions a day. Every day is in billions.
Sure.
And the thing, yeah, it's crazy. They have 500,000 workers. It's huge. In France, it's huge. And I remember that, actually one of the director of this firm that I was working for actually was from what they call the blue blood. That means that you could not be a director of such a company, like a regional director or something, without coming from a family that is how do you call it, from noble blood.
Royalty.
Not royalty, not even royalty, but just noble blood,
Okay.
maybe not a king, but a duke or some shit.
Right,
And I was
right,
what
right.
the fuck is that? What is that? It doesn't make you smarter, but I don't give a shit. Don't have to be smart. Just they keep that inside them. So you're right. You're right that there are bloodlines. They keep the bloodlines. They keep the bloodlines into the to put people in power. They have to put their own family. They cannot trust that it has to be the same blood. That's
Yeah.
true, 100%, 1,000%, of course.
Sam, about 20 years ago, they had some little 8th grade kid trace all the president's bloodline back to the one king, except for one president, like Andrew Taft or something crazy like that. One president didn't line up to.
I heard that Dick Cheney and Obama and all that were linked, they were
All of them,
third-degree
bro,
cousins,
yeah.
and all. It's crazy.
Rumsfeld, they're they're just a syndicate. Is really what they are.
In the Torah, it is written about the bad family, that God hates that bad family. But I never never understood who it was. But there is a family, ruling. I don't know. Maybe it's Amalek. I don't know who they are, but there is a bloodline. There is a
That's what the triangle is. The pyramid. There's the
100%.
top. There's 13 families or maybe even more. Who
Yeah,
knows?
exactly.
But,
That's what I heard. There about 13 families,
Mhm.
like the 13 tribes, of Israel. It's the projection of this. But the thing is that it's true that it's clear they have to be. It has to be a family.
There was a 13-year-old girl that did a school project and proved that all the United States presidents were all related.
Yes,
And
exactly. That's what I
that's
thought.
pretty telling on that they're selected, not elected. You know, we have an
Of
illusion
course.
of choice with our elections, and they're all
Exactly.
related. You know, it's just
Exactly.
an illusion of choice. And you know, once you see their tactics, it's very diverse. You know, they use the same tactics. I don't care if it's the final experiment or 9/11 or Charlie Kirk or whatever's coming tomorrow. You're gonna watch the same tactics,
The same
the
spirit.
same logical fallacies, the same pushing of narratives with propaganda. You know, that's all they do, and they're really good at it, and it works. That's hence why we're where we are for as long as we've been here.
Oh yeah, distraction and disinformation, and now with AI and everything, guys, it's gonna get worse, right? There will be a time it will be so difficult for to know what the fuck is real or what is not. Even people having hard time right now, and the way it's gonna get. So people have to really, really fucking focus on what the fuck is happening or what you really see and how you process everything, because it's so much of disinformation and misinformation, and
No,
as you guys are mentioning, right?
it
That's
all
right.
started with the tree of knowledge. It will end up with knowledge. It's the same thing. It just knowledge is very important. You know, misinformation, information, truth, lies. It's all around that.
Yeah,
And I
that's why you
believe
question everything. You know,
exactly.
And then,
Uh,
if
uh,
anything, ask or pray or connect with whatever you do, however it is for you, to for clarity and discernment are two of the important things I like to ask for. Try to connect with within myself.
and somehow I have the impression, I believe that only a movement, a rogue movement like the flat earth movement, being able to gather all kind of people from all kinds of places, all kinds of religious beliefs, uh, can put a stop to it. I think we have the potential, maybe not at this stage today, because we're just like, we're small. And I personally believe that the flat earth community, the true flat earth community, is being born now. It wasn't born like 10 years ago. That was a community that David Weiss and Mark Sargent and all the chillers created. It's a prototype. It doesn't exist yet, but now it's being born. Out of their, fall down, we're gonna be born, not out of what they groomed, uh, themselves. So the thing is that I believe that we have that potential, and I believe they also understand that, and that's why they're so fucking scared. That's why they invest so much into trying to undermine us. So far with mockery and insults, but tomorrow with false flag operations. Oh, there's a guy that just kill somebody, you put a bomb there. He was a flat earther. Oh, and another flat earther like killed like 30 people in the school. So he was a flat earther. You never know, but it makes sense. It's been done before. So
yeah,
it's
we're
not.
becoming more and more calloused as time goes on as well, because we have all these falls, the failures and successes, but the most important is the failures, because that's where we're going to learn the most. And when you learn people that you trust, like Witsit or Jeran or whoever it might be, and then you learn later on that whoa, this guy spent 10 years of doing everything right, and then all of a sudden he's not. Well, to me, I take the pros from it, like what's good from what's happened, and it's like it's only made us stronger to realize that
Exactly.
you can't trust anybody. Trust is a very, very vulnerable place.
Well, that's one of the points also, because they're trying to make us also like paranoid, so we cannot connect anymore, so we don't trust anybody. I believe we are still able to trust people. We have to be very careful, but at one point we're gonna have to trust some people, like to go ahead. If not, we won't never be able to do anything, because then you cannot do nothing if you don't
Well,
trust
it's
anybody.
just a word, we could
Yeah,
work
yeah, I know,
together
I
and
know.
have like-minded people. We could all be on the same page, but I think the word trust is a very,
Oh
very
yeah.
dangerous place, to say the least.
It
That's
You
the,
can't
depends,
that,
trust
like, what
anybody.
trust them with what, though, too. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
There's different levels of way you're going to be trusting with
but
somebody.
well,
Just
it's
never
like
go full anybody, I mean, you could
Yeah.
believe 99%. Just don't ever put that last egg in that basket, because you're gonna get let down. I tell you, that's what I've learned over the years.
Well, a trick to that is if you don't really expect anything, they can't let you down either, though, bro. You know what I mean?
Yeah, it's like
Let
in
go of
business.
expectations is very freeing. So then if they don't do nothing, you don't care. Well,
It's like in business, you don't have to put trust in the business. You can agree with your partner, with your customers or supplier on things that you don't have to trust him with anything. It doesn't have to trust you. Everything is trust doesn't have to be put there in a business relationship. Same thing, if we manage to turn that movement into something organized, we can make it so that trust will have a very little role to play into the the relationship between the people, because it has if it's structured the right way, don't have to trust anybody. Just do your job, come in and just
exactly
get the fuck
it's
out.
just networking at that point, right?
Yeah, exactly. Just like transform, like they do. Those people, they don't trust. How do they do? The Freemasons, all these organizations, Jesuits, whatever. Just how do they do to keep all these people, in line? How do they do? Okay, you have fear, ideology, money. I don't know, but they keep them. They control it. There's no problem about trust there. There's no problem about being betrayed because I trusted you and you betrayed me. No, there's no place for trust. So we can learn from them also.
Yeah, they play their parts. There's that pyramid is about being in a certain position, in a certain power of the pyramid, right? So they know their place, right? And they know not to. They have vows and whatnots to. If you break it, it's going to be the last thing. It's not a good idea. They learn the hard way.
Exactly.
A lot of them end up with black eyes.
Yeah, of course.
Just throwing that out there.
You have to use fear sometimes just to control people. If not, it's over. Like the mafia does, like all kinds of drug cartels, whatever. So those are criminal organizations. But if it works, at one point, it's efficient. But again, we're not there yet. They want to create like a flat earth mafia.
Yeah, they'll shut that down. You would say that word, and it's dangerous to our democracy.
Yeah, well, exactly. Yeah, exactly. For our citizens.
Yeah.
Dangerous to the narrative.
Yeah, well, they're right. I agree with them. It's very dangerous. Dangerous to who? To them, not to anybody else. Of course.
Yeah. Anytime they pull off something like the TFE, that's like we should wear that like a badge of honor, because if we were so insignificant, they wouldn't need to do these things. And the fact that it is problematic for them is hence why they did it to begin with, right?
Mm-hmm. That's what I said to Jeran. He said, I said, look, because he's demonstrating to me in a very clear way that the Earth is a globe. He sounds logic and I have nothing to say, because first of all, I don't understand much. But anyways, and then I say, okay, now I let him speak. And I say, look, I'm going to try to confront your logic with my logic. And what I want to tell you is that, what you showed me is very convincing, that the Earth is apparently a globe and everything works fine in your model. But what's not logic is that, with all these proofs that you have, all this evidence that you have, all these explanations, well, not very successful in convincing people that, because there are more and more flat earthers. So how come is it possible? And then he tells me, yeah, but when you look at the numbers, actually, it went down. There's not so many flat earthers. I say, well, in order to know if there are flat earthers, you also have to see the number of globers channels and globers, active globers on the field, because the more there are globers, the more there are flat earthers. Because if there was no flat earthers, there was no sense to have million channels of globers attacking flat earthers. So that's also a sign that there are more and more flat earthers when you look at globers. Absolutely. That was funny. It was a good encounter.
Look, I can tell you right now,
every day.
I know we're growing, because if you go and I on the TikTok area, I check all these different channels out all the time. And let me tell you something, all these channels that are dedicated for some reason to the globe, they don't got anybody there hardly. They talk about nonsense, and all the flat earthers, at least most of us, we get a lot of people in our chats, a lot of them. I'll tell you that. So I don't care what they say. I know firsthand it's all a lie. We are winning. People care what people want to hear what we got to say. They really do.
And so many times I go check the people like commenting on my channel and everything, like criticizing me and everything, and I see it's like channels, YouTube channels that have no subscribers or 2 subscribers for like 18 years, and they have no content whatsoever. What the fuck is that? It's like it's all fake. It's like
that's what all the trolls don't have hardly any followers or nothing. It's all a made up crap.
They made their channel in 2020.
Yeah, exactly. Could be just bots, right?
It's bots.
As I said,
bots, or they made up their channel 1 minute ago.
Accounts. Yeah, exactly. They're sock accounts most of the time.
And they just happen to find you and want to talk about you. I'm like, really? Is that really the case? It's all lies, all of them.
Well,
hey, RG, is it you? 1 second, guys. RG, is it you?
Hey, what's going on, man? Yeah, it's RG.
RG, what's up, bro?
Yo, what up, bro?
Hey, good to see you guys. What's going on, guys?
What's going on?
Hey, shit, another day, man. Another day. I've seen everybody on, so I just wanted to say what's up. It's been a minute, so I had to jump on and give my regards,
Yeah, good to see you. It's been a while, man.
Nice.
Well,
Yes,
good
sir.
to see you. Good to see you. We don't see him.
Yeah, dude. I was wearing the copper bracelets I bought, and earlier, and when I seen you guys on, I was trying to hit the remind me button, for your live, and there was no option for me like there usually is to notify. So I was trying to catch you when you first started, but just it slipped away from me the time, I guess. But anyway, I just wanted to say my niece was wearing the bracelets as well. I gave her the bracelets, and she was like, wow. She was like, she could tell right away there was something different, and so anyway, she wanted to say that she wanted to buy some from me, so I'm giving her your link.
Awesome, bro. Oh yeah. This is the thing. Once you wear it, you realize what difference it makes, right? As being electrical and frequencies, and it really works with it, right? So, yeah. Anybody wants to get one too? You can find the link in the description, and you also got Gene's link there for some art and amazing moon stuff. So yeah, both things you can find in the link with the description. And yeah, how you been doing, RG?
I've been kind of back and forth, with my regular issues in my body, physically, but mentally, I'm there. I'm good. I'm been doing a lot of deep thinking lately, and just I haven't been around a lot just because I spend more time, the past month, just really diving deep into some topics, and with this Copilot. It's called Copilot. It's like an AI research tool of Microsoft, and I like it better because, bro, it really gives you some things, like if you're good with how to direct it, I guess you could say.
I've used it.
Yeah.
I've used that Copilot with Microsoft before. It can be very helpful.
Yeah, it can, and I think it's the way you if you catch it slipping a little bit, you're like, I ain't too sure about that. Then you just kind of rephrase it, what you're looking for, and you kind of have to be demanding with it a little bit. It's almost like a damn stepbrother or steps, Got to set it straight. But,
shout out to our brother Justin Johnson for the super chat, for the members, to the people out there. Yeah, they love it. Thanks, brother.
You bet, man. My pleasure, man.
Bro.
Shout out, man. Just glad to hear everybody, still getting together on the regular Sundays, man. So.
Oh yeah, we had a couple of few weeks break that we also needed to detox from all these things. As I said, we are speaking about frequency and energy. It does affect to do sometimes the dirty work, but as I always said, it's required, right?
Absolutely.
You got to take care of yourself, man. Mind, body,
yeah, you
soul.
don't want to. Right, absolutely. You just don't want to overload yourself too many times in a row without having that breathing moment, to rethink and regroup, I guess you could say.
Yeah, right. You find your north again, and
Mm-hmm.
settle down. Get rid of some thoughts that don't fit anymore, and get some new ones in. It's very invigorating to
You'll
just.
still be flat when you get back.
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
Speak,
You know
I
what?
need to
I
drop,
went
guys.
away when we were off for that month.
I got to drop. Thanks, guys.
Later,
Appreciate you,
Tron.
Vikka. I got to go,
See
guys.
ya.
buddy.
See you,
Bye-bye, all.
Tron.
See you, Tron.
All right, then. Have a good one, guys. Thanks for letting me come up. Bye-bye.
Thank you for coming.
Bye.
So yeah, I went up. I was up and did a like a I don't know 600 or 700 mile loop back home around upstate New York and Vermont, and we hit this big mountain where you could see I don't know how far. I asked the guy, "How far is that mountain?" He worked there. I'm like, "How far is that mountain?" He's like, I don't know. That's a really good question. He's like, "Got to be 30 or 40 miles though." And we started talking right away. We started talking about flat Earth, and he was interested in it. I tell you that. He's like, "Wow, I never thought of that, but that's a really good point." Blah blah blah. But bro, Vika, I wish that I had that app on my phone to be able to gauge what I was looking at for real. Because
You don't need to. You don't need to download. You don't need to download. It's online. Just look Peak Finder.
Yeah, no, I'm gonna have that.
I think every flat earther should have this app because
bro.
It's online. You don't need. It's not an app. It's an online. Just put in Peak Finder, and you can put your location wherever you are. It's gonna show you of whatever elevation you are. It's gonna show you whatever mountain range or whatever is visible. It's gonna show to you. You can literally even elevate in altitude and see more things. It's a real flat earth map. It's a flat earth device. It's a flat earth site because there are
really
some
cool.
places it's showing up to 200 miles.
Wow.
I tell you, I have around somewhere that I have to put in effort to go there and track and everything, and I need good gadgets and good photography material to do that observation. But it's possible 200 miles. I have to dedicate a time and effort in that, but it depends, right? So it's possible. So this app is a globe destroyer, right? It's called Peak Finder. Yeah, you can open it anytime, anywhere, right? So it's amazing. It's freaking amazing.
Bro,
That's
I
cool.
definitely
Yeah,
gotta play around with that up here. There's plenty of mountains up here in New York I can mess around with that with. And there's locations too. There's a spot up in Bear Mountain where you allegedly from one spot, you can see Manhattan from like 50 or 60 miles away. All of Manhattan, which
Nice.
what is that, 1,800 feet of curve missing there? Something like that. So and it has that grid that you can put with it. That's really cool, man. I really
Oh
wish
yeah,
I had
it
that.
shows you, Gene. It and also for the people, it shows you all the silhouette of all the mountains with their names, with the elevation, everything, and your distance from where you're observing. Damn, it's so fucking precise, right? It's crazy.
That's so cool, man.
We're gonna destroy globe every day.
Hey, I like the apps like this or the websites like this is super helpful because used to you would have to go to like a USGS and get the topography maps. Then they had to match it up with the colors. It would tell you how high or low, and you had to put a lot of information together. So it's super helpful to have stuff like that.
So let's, as we are talking, let's play it again. It's also a good song. Shout out to Matrix Reject for making that song. Goes perfect, and also the people can see, right? Anybody can do. And as I said, I did this with my smartphone, and you could see with your bare eyes, right? Let's do that.
Cool.
This ain't delivery. Yeah. This ain't delivery. It's divine design. Fire, pie, scripture, the kitchen of creation. Grab your slice. Say! Yeah! baked under the dome. Waters above, that's your real home. Genesis blueprint sealed and tight. No curve, no spin, just day and night. Thickness A, radius Z, pi times Z times A times A, that's reality. The crust is the land, the sauce is the sea, and the cheese is the life God gave to thee. But they serve you a globe with that Lucifer crust. NASA's the chef and deception's a must. Fate runs the spiral, life's DNA. They bury the pattern to lead you astray. Flat like a pizza baked by the king. Fire in the garden, fire in the ring. Don't mess the oven, truth in the flame. Cut through the lies, call the globe by its name, yeah. Flat like a pizza baked by the king. Fire in the garden, fire in the ring. Don't mess the oven, truth in the flame. Cut through the lies, call the globe by its name, yeah. They sell you orbits and rockets in flight, but can't show gas next to vacuum at night. Golden ratio fire in the flowers and shells, but they space stations, just Hollywood tells. Waters above, crash down in the flood. Hark on the crust, life saved by the blood. Now they plot for the beast in the U-wing hall. Lucy's trust candles lit under the call. Math don't lie, the volume don't spin. Pizza stays level no matter the spin. So why does your glow need a fear campaign? Cause truth in the crust breaks the devil's chain. Every slice equals size, equals size. Every lie I despise. Fire in the road, pie in the plan. God is the baker, not mortal man. Fire in the brew, pie in the plan. God is the baker, not mortal man. Flat like a pizza baked by the king. Fire in the garden, pie in the rain. Don't mess the oven, truth in the flame. Cut through the lies, call it glow by its name, yeah. Flat like a pizza baked by the king. Fire in the garden, pie in the rain. Don't mess the oven, truth in the flame. Cut through the lies, call it glow by its name, yeah. So keep every slice equals size, equals size. Every lie I despise. Fire in the road, pie in the plan. God is the baker, not mortal man. Fire in the brew, pie in the plan. God is the baker, not mortal man. Flat like a pizza baked by the king. Fire in the garden, pie in the rain. Don't mess the oven, truth in the flame. Cut through the lies, call it glow by its name, yeah. Flat like a pizza baked by the king. Fire in the garden, pie in the rain. Don't mess the oven, truth in the flame. Cut through the lies, call it glow by its name, yeah. So keep your fake space in your molten core. I'm serving the truth they can't ignore. Flat like a pizza, recipe divine. Serves as the start of time.
Oh yeah, destroying globe in real time. A perfect tool, right? With all the data you need to destroy the globe.
Send us the link to that
The
song,
core level. What link?
to that song there. How can I download it?
Oh yeah. Matrix Reject. The
Matrix
song is by Matrix Reject. Yeah.
Matrix rejects. Okay.
The observation is mine. It's from Spain to Morocco. 130 kilometers, 80 miles from the beach.
Was that an infrared camera? I couldn't really tell.
No, it was from my smartphone. I just changed the saturation so you can see that. You could see it with your naked eye. You could see that. If you see it, watch it on a big screen, or you're gonna see everything.
Nice.
Well, thanks for taking that video, Vikka. You did a great job, bro. That's freaking awesome. Very cool.
Oh yeah, all the data is there from Google Earth, from Google Map, from this Peak Finder. All the data, the elevation, the distance, everything with the name, with everything. No, and then they're gonna say to us that we don't do science. Get the fuck out of here, Glovers.
Gotta go.
Yeah, Calder's already on it. 100% wrong too. They only appeal to it when it's cherry picked from them, apparently.
Good point.
Flat
Yeah, I was
Earth
jamming out though.
can be because
Nice
we
song.
know.
Oh yeah, it's awesome song by Matrix Reject. You can only find him on TikTok. Oops, sorry. Let's continue with this.
The locations of the continents. We know that the sun brings them light and heat every day, every 24 hours. And we know the tropics those aren't man-made. Those are the furthest north and south the sun goes, and we know the equator. So once you lay those out on a piece of paper or on a map, then you have the AE map. So I don't know what they think. Once you've debunked the AE map, you have debunked flat Earth.
Mm-hmm.
And no reason to look into it anymore. But these guys are all like, oh, big deal. All you did was debunk the AE map. I was like, yeah. So if there's no other map there can ever be, what does that tell you?
Yeah, come up with a map, guys. That's what I've been saying.
What map? What the fuck? You guys have got a cartoon? You took the flat map and put it on a ball, and you want us for a map? Come on, Gleason is a patent map. Yeah.
And like you said, if you could show us a working model of the globe and everything that happens around.
Yeah, show us a patent globe. Yeah.
Let's see it. And what does the globe have? Every globe I've ever seen. Now I've been looking for every time I get a chance. There's this disclaimer on every single globe I've ever seen sold in a store, not for educational purposes. Decoration. So how do you fit that into the equation, guys? How does that work?
Yeah, it doesn't. It's just a push narrative, show us the damn curve. It's been falsified that the curve even exists. You have to have geometrical curvature in order to live on a sphere. It doesn't exist. Let's
Bro,
just
if
stick
they
with
showed
Occam's
even
razor.
anything that looked remotely like there could be a curve over there somewhere, but there's nothing ever anywhere. It's crazy, bro. And flat is observable. The curve is still yet to be found. And that dichotomy, that yin and yang that we're watching is pretty interesting. Makes me wonder.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
I don't get it because even the top guns of the industry are showing all garbage. And like I say, I think it's a litmus test because if they could show that stuff and people think it's real, then they know where they got them. And they can calculate. They can count these people on the internet and how it's going. So it's all how they tighten up the ropes and how they do part B of Act Scene 1, Act 12.
Right.
Oh yeah. Before we continue, let's say hello to Ironworks. How are you, Vlad? How are you doing?
Hey family, what's good? What's good? Hopefully you guys can hear me. I appreciate you, Vikka. Thank you for having me,
man.
Sam.
What's up, Vlad?
Vikka, Gene, Justin, RG. I think Tron was on here too. I don't know if Tron is here, but Tron, if you're here, what's good?
Tron dipped out.
Okay, man, it's good to see y'all, man. Thanks for having me on here. And the chat, what's good, y'all? What's happening, y'all? I was on the road, so I apologize for that.
Man, you're always on the road.
Yeah, man. Road warrior, man. Damn, what's his name? Mel Gibson out this shit. Damn, road warrior.
Right.
Did you see the one they made like 15 years ago? They redid the original?
Yes, it was with Charlize Theron, I think, right?
Yeah. What'd you think of that?
I prefer the original.
All right, yeah. I thought there was a decent version of it, but yeah, the original is always the best.
Yeah, you know that kind of reminds me of when they remade RoboCop.
Did they?
Oh my goodness, are you serious? You didn't know that?
Nah.
Yeah, they made a 2014 version, and Samuel L. Jackson's in it.
Oh wow!
It was actually
it's just a glitch.
Huh?
Did they do the scene? It's just a glitch.
Oh no, I don't remember that part. But I don't remember the part where he's like, "I'd buy that for $1." But it was a good rendition of the original, but it's still like you still like the original.
All right, cool. I'll look for that.
Yeah, it's pretty good though. Check it out. But yeah, man, I'm glad.
Drop it, creep.
Yeah, right. It was good. He's like on this motorcycle, and he's more sleek. He's not the big slowpoke RoboCop that moves.
All right, a little clunky, right? And cumbersome.
Put some
Very-
WD-40 on that guy.
Yeah.
Move quicker.
much better RoboCop. But I mean, you appreciate the old stuff, You appreciate the that. Hey, so I'm not trying to detract. I want to see where you guys are in the conversation. I'm just butting in, but there was some stuff I wanted to bring up. I didn't want to kind of throw anybody off kilter.
I'll go behind you. Go ahead though.
Go ahead.
no.
Go ahead.
Oh yeah. So I was
thinking?
wondering if you guys got any updates as far as to what the comet, the 3-eye atlas, is doing.
Nope.
I haven't.
Yeah, they said it was going to be by around here. I think the end of the month, where we'll be able to see it naked eye or something like that. I don't know. Some things, some lies, all kinds of stuff. I was just wondering if anybody else had heard anything new as to what the deal is with that.
I'm definitely out of that loop, bro. I know tomorrow's a full moon.
Well, if they say look left, look right, so that means something big's coming, and they want the news clogged with, asteroids.
Yeah,
meteors.
exactly.
But there's something going on. I can tell you that.
Yeah, I think this is a real good time for us to, with all the craziness and the madness of people being distracted and everything. I think this is a real good time for us to drop seeds and get people to recognize the flat Earth, seeing this. So then that way they can kind of get their bearings and they can sort out all the other lies. Not saying flat Earth is a lie, but the lies that are around them. So they could basically not necessarily categorize, but sort them out. You know what I'm saying? And recognize that everything else is virtually a lie.
Learn who you're trusting.
Sure.
Know the enemy.
That's a big part of it, Vlad, because you get bombarded with information, especially now. Like we're in the thick of it right now. Like 10 years ago, it might have been a little different, but now people are getting bombarded with stuff. So to have a good center point is important.
And it comes fast too. It comes fast. It's instant. It's like 5 minutes old. Like, golly, man, that thing just happened that soon. Wow.
Right. Yeah. Something major that they're blowing out of proportion is going to be, not even talked about 3 or 4, weeks later.
Exactly.
But it does make me curious a little bit when you said about they're telling us we'll be able to see it with our naked eye, which tells me it's within a certain spectrum. So whatever kind of laser they might be using to, they have something called beam steering. So wherever these beams cross, it's going to be at a certain frequency that we'll be able to see it. Instead of ultra band or whatever, IR or microwave, right?
As far as beam steering is concerned, it's kind of like they basically time when the beams come out, so then that way they can better direct the concentrated version of that beam.
Right. Yes. Yep. And wherever they cross, it's going to be it'll be a stronger vibration of rather than what one beam would be by itself, So a microwave at a certain strength versus another, you wouldn't be able to see anything on our spectrum if they were both separate. But when they cross, it's a stronger concentration, or you know what I mean? Output, stronger.
Yeah, like they
combination.
They were just showing the other day, like some channel was like, "Oh, people spotted a UFO in the air in the sky," and I'm like, man, Project Bluebeam. This is the time. If there's any time, a good time, this is the perfect time for Project Bluebeam. So, let's not forget about that. And you have those companies that I mentioned a million other times on my channel. I don't know if you guys are familiar with it, but it's a Japanese. One of them is a Japanese company called ALE, right? And their primary job in this world is to basically make projections in the night sky to display comets. Like no joke. That's their function.
A planetarium.
Display comets. I'm serious.
Right.
In the night sky. And I'm not talking about in your bedroom where you have those little, planetariums that shine on your ceiling, or in a planetarium or anything like that, kind of like you just mentioned, JJ, but in the night sky. You understand? So when I see something like this technology is available, and they said, oh, we came out in like 2010 or something like that. I'm like, oh man. So in other words, they've had this thing like up and running, functioning for like the last 30 years or so.
Yeah, but who are the customers? Who do they sell that to?
Good question. These guys seem like a public company, so
Yeah.
I would imagine the highest bidder, whoever that is.
Yeah,
Oh
and,
yeah,
and that
understanding.
technology part
Greg
part
Brady
I
did
was
that in the 70s with a flashlight and a whistle
A
and like a
flashlight.
and a curtain in his backyard.
yeah, well that's the thing, and that's a good point about the sheet gene. I was gonna say, these companies have to have some type of backdrop. It's
Well,
gonna
you know
make this
what?
thing more prevalent. And instead of a sheet, think about what they drop out of these planes
Yeah, exactly,
for the
bro.
last 10 years. Well, those small plasmonics and photonics, they're nano type of
Barium and
it's
strontium.
well, there's
Bro,
a lot more than
barium
that.
and
What I'm
strontium are
saying
two
is,
two main ingredients of 3D holograms, like super high tech
yes,
3D holograms. And that's what's
and
in the
and then
sky vitamins allegedly.
Very reflective.
well, it
So
gets into photonics. Like I was saying, the certain types of beams you don't see without a backdrop. And then when they cross, so a lot of these things that they've been dropping, people don't realize that these towers, next rad towers that they have down here, well, the nanoparticles are able to be suspended in the air, and people don't realize that at certain frequencies, these next rads that they have that's what keeps the backdrop up there. As far as that
Yeah.
type of technology, yeah.
And to kind of add to. Oh, go ahead, Gene. Go ahead, Gene. I don't want to.
No, that's all right. I mean, I was going to say that's really cool because that's definitely crossed my mind because the timing.
Yes.
Like how would they leave them suspended? But a vibrational thing does kind of
Yeah,
make
well,
sense.
there's something called self-levitating particles. Look into that, and you'll see what I mean. Yeah.
Great.
I hope they
Yeah.
push that Operation Blue Beam, man, because everybody's
Yeah.
been waiting for it for so long. It's just gonna be
Right. Gonna
it's
break it
probably
up,
not going to
man.
be
Blow it up.
anything we think, though.
Yeah,
And
just
you know
do
what?
it, right?
You want to
Yeah,
know
because
something? Go ahead.
yeah,
Vikka,
go ahead, Vlad. No, go ahead, Vlad.
Well, you want to know something? I think part of the reason why they want to kind of cancel Flat Earth is because they know that there's so much that many of us, if not all of us, but many of us are recognizing and picking up instantly. So we're waiting on Project Bluebeam. So when we see it, we're like, oh, there it is in full effect. But we'll be the minority that talks about it. Meanwhile, people will be just totally oblivious to it. Kind of like when the Coco came out. And we saw that happen like miles and miles away. And
That's exactly what I wanted to add to that, like the Coco
go ahead,
thing,
Vikka.
right? So how they bought it, like even still today, if we see the images, is ridiculous, crazy. So the same shit is gonna be happening. It's like it's gonna be ridiculous, right? There are many gonna be believing because it's like crazy, yeah. But it could be fun, like
Yeah. And they're gonna be like, oh, and then you know what's gonna make a lot of people, even the smart ones or the ones that we would have normally considered smart, what would make them believe it is because CNN says it, is because Fox says it. They're like, did you see what was on the news? Did you see what was on the front of the New York Times? Oh my gosh, it's the aliens. They're saying it's Project Bluebeam. It's like, oh my Lord. Like,
Well, you
guys to tell you.
Well, when I don't know how many people watched it, but that when I brought out that document from 2001, that all these people, the next 25 years, what they had planned out, it was like 100-page document. But anyway, there was something called CNN syndrome, right? And this is where people are just, they're dumbfounded, like, you know what I mean? They turn into CNN zombies and then just go and tell everybody what CNN told them or Fox told them. It's just weird. But that was part of that document.
Bro. That can't be.
Yes.
That's not normal. I don't think, or whatever normal is. But that sounds very like embedded or something creepy.
Well,
that's true,
the
man. These people are like
technology
anything
gets
these
us.
people say, they're up there chanting it, cheering it.
Yeah, but you
it.
want to know what it is too, man. It's also burnt into our society, man, that if you get it from the news and then you could like spit it and you can regurgitate it in such a fashion that it makes you look impressive. Yeah, it makes you look smart. It makes people look up to you, and then it builds your confidence, man. It makes you feel like somebody. You know,
I
so
remember
I've seen
when
people
I
like that. They
when
talk.
I thought I could
a lot
talk about politics, I thought I felt confident, and I'm like, oh, I'm getting this. You know, I understand. And I was like, what are you talking about, bro? You can't stand this. And why are you wasting your time with this?
Exactly.
You know?
Exactly. Like you'll hear people talking about it at the bar, and it's like, oh my Lord, like they're just talking. Like I call it, especially when we do it right in our community, I call it hotep hustling, right?
Call
like
what?
you talking hotep hustling. It's kind of like you're talking big, like, oh, the gods did this, and they showed us, you know, in ancient Africa how we took the sphere and the globe, and we educated mankind. And I'm like, not with the sphere, but okay, if you say so, you're hotep hustling. But I'll leave that alone. Let me just mind my own business. But anyway, I'm saying basically, like, yeah, people love to do that. They love to appear smart. Meanwhile, they're just regurgitating lies.
A lot less people are complying to the fake news nowadays, you know, after 2019 and all that shit. You know, I think their credibility has gone way down. So I think that just like the Globers, they convert more flat earthers than we do. And the fake news is going to wake more people up than we do about how fake they are. You know, they're the enemy destroying themselves for some odd reason. And they're doing a great job. So I say keep it up.
Yep. Now, this thing that drives me wild is how they're using it seems as if they're using AI for everything.
Yeah.
Everything gets AI, and it's you can't trust whatever you watch on the screen anymore.
I'm noticing now that we see it, Vlad, like you're starting to see all these AI, whatever it is. I'm starting to notice that it's been there for a lot longer than we've realized as well.
Oh yeah, this whole thing could be AI. Yeah, exactly. The TFE shit, the whole shit could be AI.
They've been using it for a long time.
Yeah, very good.
You guys know the movie Network, right? When the guy freaks out, he's like, turn your
I'm mad as
television
hell.
off. They're lying to you.
Yes.
You got 12 clocks. The clock's at 4:20.
Yeah.
That movie came out in 1977. So like they've been trying to tell people, they've been putting the truth out there in seriously big ways. That whole movie was wrapped around that. And then there's in little sneaky ways that, you know, it's in other movies. It's all over the place.
Yeah, there's so much truth in the movies.
Yep, that movie is a cult classic.
Right.
Hey, do y'all what? Since we're on that subject, if you don't mind, I got two things I got to jump off here because my niece is getting off work soon. But I did want to say this. So you know, Wikipedia and the stories of whoever built this or built that, you know, and it all has the fire narrative, and you know, 1 year it took to build, and you know that kind of stuff.
Right.
Well, also, you guys, I've noticed a lot lately doing research is the people and the faces, right? People and faces, the names of people, and who they were and what their role was in history. You know, is just like the fire narrative, just like the 1 year building narrative. So, you know, people wouldn't think, oh, that's connected, but it's very, very goes hand in hand. So y'all check into that if y'all ever have time. And then the other thing is we were talking about the globe, and I was listening to Jeran and what you guys were playing. And then I would offer this as a challenge, not even just trying to say and make a point of this, but I would offer this a challenge to any glober. Tell me at what latitude, if you're in a car, can you just put it in neutral and start rolling? Because at some point you're going downhill. I mean, it don't matter about the gravity or whatever. They say gravity is pushing inward at all points on a ball, right? That's their claim. It's just pushing inward. Well, how does the tide ever get back up to its at high tide? How does it get up if gravity is only pushing inward? How the fuck does it lift things up or push them down? And you see what I'm saying? Like the tide goes
10 feet
up
in
and
1
down.
hour, and then 10 hours later it's at 2 feet.
Yes.
Right?
Yeah. So you see my point though. At what latitude does gravity start lifting things back up? Right. So
That's great.
Mike can tell me that. Yeah.
Yeah.
So yeah, man. But I'm gonna mute up, and I might jump off, but I'll say I don't want to keep yapping. But appreciate your time, man.
Be well, brother. Good to see you, man.
Peace
Thanks
out,
for coming
brother.
in.
Nice to see you, brother.
RG.
Yeah, yes, sir. Appreciate y'all.
Yeah.
Same here,
See you,
brother.
Aji. We're gonna continue with this. Yeah, go ahead, JJ.
One of the important things too, I think it's even more important in the shape of the plane that we
Since
live on
day
is
one.
And there is no map to come up with.
Oops.
just
Sorry, go ahead.
once you come to a conclusion and a realization that we have been reset, then that really opens your perception of you got to realize that they've rewritten everything, whether it be the past, it's his story, whether it be the past or the present. You know, they've got us here by scripting our reality. It's an illusion. So once you understand that, you have to be able to unwind it all and know that we can't rely on any of the history or the historians, or because it's real hard to do because it's so embedded in your brain to rely on this information. But once you conclude we've been reset, well, everything has been rewritten. They have that ability at that point they have to rewrite. That's why they reset it, so they can rewrite it, right? So everything that we're living is just written. It's a story, it's his story. So but go for it, guys. Sorry about that.
Well, you want to know, I'll tell you, I totally agree with that, but it's hard for many of us. I know it's hard for me too, because it's one of those things where it's like it means you're going to have to let go. And if you let go of that, that means you have to let go of things like Star Trek, Star Wars, Transformers, and everything space related, right?
Yeah.
And it's like, are people ready? And to us it was hard, but we did it, and we're here on the other side, but we're talking in the now. You know what I'm saying? And just because we're pushing people and we're trying to give them, the scoop on, hey, it's better on this side, just come join us, it's almost as if they're afraid to jump. They know what the implications are, you know what I'm saying? But they don't want to let it go. It's hard for them to let go, because you got to think, they accompany probably a dead relative with those good times, dead parents or something like that. Good times, the smell of the air in the this was when the 80s was out. And I remember I had Z Cavaricci's and this one and that one, and all the good moments associated with that. They're like, I got to let go of all that if I just take on the truth of this place. So people aren't ready to do that. Even if that means it'll liberate them and it'll give them something better. To them, the unknown is so scary, they're willing to accept a lie. So I'm gonna land my thing with that.
It's like a detox. They have to go into detox. That's like drugs. They're drugged. Like it's agreeable.
It's
lies are agreeable.
brainwashing, bro. You gotta. It's like within you.
Lies are
They
poisonous.
embedded you with this sickness and this delusion. It's like you gotta come to terms with that. It's not easy for everybody. Can't be, man.
Nope.
Can't be easy. It was easy for me. I accepted pretty quickly. I understood the water's flat very quick. I was just like, oh my God. Oh my God. Holy shit.
Yeah. Like, it's exciting. For some people, it's exciting because automatically you could see the potential. But that's what makes you different, Gene. You know what I'm saying?
Exactly.
Probably when you saw the flatness of the water, you look from there, you were like, oh my God, that means, and then your mind decided to make every other story after that. Other people, they're like, they don't even want to go there. For you, it was an exciting moment. Other people, they're like, man, they don't want to mess with it.
Bro, I could almost hear the curtain fall.
Yeah.
I could almost hear it. Boom.
Yeah.
It's a psychological problem, right? It's not a physical condition. It's a freaking psychological condition. It's all about the psyche, right? Without being physically controlled. That's why it's a psychosis. It's heliopsychosis.
Perfect.
Yeah, very powerful. It changes the way you think. It infiltrates your perception.
Yeah. Speaking of
very powerful.
Speaking of psych, there's a probe up there called Psych right now that they claim is up there. A probe called Psych.
Just the word probe. They are fucking probing all these sci-fi lovers.
All right.
Yeah.
Yep. Fooling everybody.
They love their innuendos, don't they?
Yes, they do. Yep. And nobody, like, a lot of people don't get it. They don't see the innuendo in it. But if you treat this as if it were a logic table, like the globe is failing or the globe is false every time. If you treat it, because, I took logics in college and everything else in the military in a different way for circuitry, and it falls the same, right? And if you're going to be true to the logic, you got to be true to the logic, so you can come out with your final answer, whether it's a false answer or it's a true answer. At least you understand what the final answer is. Like a lot of people don't want to follow the logic. They really, that's what it boils down to, because you could present to them in a logical fashion, right, that if NASA lied to you one time, right, and you make this an and statement, then the rest of their story is false. Is it not? Nobody wants to go with that. Nobody wants to take that on board.
Yeah, but you know what, Vlad? Let me stop you real quick, because if someone caught me in a lie, they probably never trust me again in their life.
That's true. That's true. This is true.
So look at that backwards, because, you know, maybe I lied, but I had a good reason to. Maybe, you know, I don't know, but
that is true. But if we're gonna hold NASA to that standard, and people claim to hold NASA to that standard, because NASA, even though they're made up of a body of human beings, they are still a logical based entity. You understand? They're technical. They're supposed to be a technical entity. And techniques, when it comes to technicalities and stuff, you got to be true the whole way around. You can't be making, when it comes to science, you can't be making things up, because as soon as you start, or when you start messing with the things that make up the final result, you can't accept it. You can't possibly accept it. You understand what I'm saying? It's kind of like putting spit or sneezing inside of something that you're trying to brew. You know, I do a lot of brewing alcohol. So if you sneeze in it, well, your brew is ruined. If you put your hands in it and your hands are dirty, they're ruined. You understand? Because that yeast is going to gravitate to whatever the poison that's on your hand, whatever the falsehoods that's on the crumbs, whatever on your hand that you get inside the brew, it's going to affect the yeast, which means even after all that hard work that you put into making that brew, right? The wort, as soon as you add the yeast, it gravitates to that, and you spoiled all of that beer. 5 gallons of it, you made it for like 2 months. Guess what? The whole thing is spoiled. It doesn't matter.
Down the drain.
All of it.
That's a good way of saying that the truth will emerge and the truth will be successful.
Yes, that's the only way. You have to keep it. You gotta keep it pure. And really, like, even when we check each other, that's basically like a holy fire. It sucks. It burns, right? But it's a good burn, right? It's one of those burns that bends us, but it doesn't break us. And so in turn, yeah, it sucks because we kind of sit there licking our wounds, but we come out better on the other side, and a little bit more insightful after the fact. The globe doesn't have that. That's what they don't realize, that they don't have that built in place. Like for us, it's automatic because we went through that. Like, I guess you could say it's like a trial of fire, because we had to get to this point, right? And for some people it's easy, for some people it's not so easy, but it doesn't matter because we're here now, right? But we understand that it was a bit of a growing pain for some people. They don't have that on the globe. They've never experienced that on the globe. So everything we talk about on this side, it's foreign. When they see us kind of attacking each other and putting each other's feet to the fire, that's foreign to them, because they have nothing to, because to them everything
They got consensus. They got the
Yes.
narrative backing them up. That's where they get their story from. So they have a hard time disagreeing.
That's why it's imperative to go back to the olden days where credibility meant something, because these people, they don't even realize that the people they defend to death are compulsive liars who, regardless of the shape of earth, these people are non-credible. To say the least. I mean, it's so bad. It's preposterous at this point. And I think if they could just open their eyes to, a little thing called credibility, then regardless of what the truth is, they might learn to think for themselves.
Yeah, absolutely. And
that's the heliopsychosis, though, right, guys? It really is.
Mm-hmm.
It's
the thing sometimes we believe that the other guys are like us. So we think like, they should think, but actually they're not like us.
That's a good point. I got a bad habit of that.
Well, we were all there once before.
Good. Like, maybe.
Yeah, we were
all
there. We were there, but we gave it an honest look.
That's a good question. If we ever were there, because actually we were like already meant and prepared to accept the truth. The truth is not for everybody. I don't believe so. Not everybody can accept it or receive it. I think that we were on the other side because we were like believing things, but not because we were like evil. You understand? And those people are like it's not just about beliefs. They're evil and they know that the earth is flat and they're lying about it. They're just fighting the idea. It's more than just like believing something. It's just it's like we're talking about like evil. Like so I never felt like I was evil. Like I made mistakes in my life. I believed stupid things, but I never was like that bad. So I could refute something that's true to the point that I have to lie and viciously about it all the time to everybody. That's not normal. That demands a different nature.
Yes,
something happened to this guy.
really
The nature was altered.
Yeah,
you understand?
Oh yeah, and this is what they don't realize. This is why we don't debate them, because when you start playing that kind of game, and to us this is serious, right? It's not a joke. You hear a lot of these Globers say, "Oh, I only do this for entertainment. I only do this as a joke." Be like, well, that's fine. You could do that, but you can't come here and do it. You know what I'm saying?
We do a lot of joking.
Here to change, right? Right now, we are changing history, right? A lot of people think it's just something I do on a daily basis. No, we're in the middle of changing history. How it's going to look after we're gone, I don't know, but we're in the middle of it. People are going to talk about this after we're past, right? So this is an important time, and what we do and say, guess what? It's not going anywhere, right? This is going down in history until they can't replicate this format anymore. You understand? So
at the
these
very least,
Globers,
we can't say we didn't try, right?
right, absolutely. These Globers that come out and they do these bad faith arguments, it's like, dude, like, do you not know that if you don't have kids now, one day you will have kids, and they're going to ultimately know the truth, whether they're your kids or your grandkids or your great grandkids. And then they're going to know that they came from you. They came from that. They're like, this liar. Can you imagine whoever the liar, even if it's Dick Cheney, right? Whoever the liar is, right? Somebody's like, I can't believe that this terrible person, this human being that's done so much calamity to this world is part of my bloodline. And this is what I have to live with. That's essentially what you're doing when you lie like that. And you come out here and you have these bad faith arguments and you cause all this ruckus for no reason.
Yeah, I don't even think a lot of these Globers, air quotes, are even real Globers, because not in 1,000,000 years would they come here with an open mind. You're never going to change their mind. Not a chance in hell are you going to change anybody's mind.
Nope.
And that just shows you how, it's not being intellectually honest. When they're not here to have a discussion, we're here with alternative motives, which falls right in line with their tactics on everything when it comes to the infiltration and the just the opposition, the powers that be. That's how they work, And so I don't even think they're authentic people here. I think that they're either being pushed by one guy who is in charge, or I don't know if it's ignorance or whatever the case may be, but it's not organic. And no one's going to change their mind, and it is an absolute waste of time at this point. They're just obfuscating what we're talking about and sucking the soul out of the air, the energy.
NPCs, bro.
Yeah, I think a lot of them are real, but there are some NPCs out there. I don't know if you meant literally NPCs, but they sure act like NPCs, even if they're. But
what's the difference at that point, though?
Exactly. But, you say, we're in this, it's not a game to us like it is to them, but we can have just as much fun as them. We do it all the time, but at the end of the day, it's a very serious implication behind our movement. It's not for clicks or entertainment.
Absolutely.
It's about humanity as a whole, whether you have children or not. It's about humanity. So,
exactly.
Which side are you going to stand on is the question.
And that's also important to understand that, because even on the other side, I believe that, if they have even a tiny little bit of humanity left in them, the truth can work its way in them, and maybe they have a chance to at one point. Because, this is what we have to understand, is that people that are fighting nature, they have to be, they have to suffer of some kind of a madness. you have to be crazy to fight what's good for you, what's healthy for you, what's sane. You understand? So there is something insane going on. Like that. You heard about in the Bible we talk about the resurrection of the dead. So most believe that the dead people that are buried in the ground are going to come out. But there's another angle you can understand that from that the dead people actually it's also it's real people that are dead as human beings, that human values.
More of a
That
hypothetic, not a physical
exactly.
raising of the dead.
It's the
Proverbial.
awakening of mankind. You understand? It's because that's the way I prefer to understand it, because this is what we are living. We have in front of us like dead people. And
Yeah.
in the Bible, it's forbidden to talk to the dead.
That's a good
because
analogy.
they're dead.
Yeah.
And maybe it's part of our work to try to resurrect them, if it's possible to speak like that.
Yeah,
But
exactly what you think is what you are. So if you are thinking that you live in a chaotic sci-fi space, your life is going to be a chaotic sci-fi space, right?
and check it out how the lies are influencing their nature, because just as the globe is like a spinning water ball, like out of control all over the place, so are their thoughts, and so are they're the same.
Yes.
They look like they're gods, they look like that, but check it out, the earth is flat, doesn't move,
Calm.
stable. We're the same.
Yes.
We stable, we flat, we like flat in a way. We quiet, we peaceful,
Relaxed.
Exactly.
I
So
can't
it's
say
very-
the same for myself, but I feel you on that.
we all have our problems, I understand, but
Mostly.
in a general way, we have like a quiet nature. We sane, we like natural people, we like we like in accord with nature and with the model of the earth that we understand. So that's important. That means that by lying to people about the place they live in, somehow you can affect them, you can change their nature by
Yeah,
changing
bro.
their nature.
Right.
Yeah, what
Yep.
comes
It's
with that is
vibration,
compliance.
man. It's
Yeah.
where you're
And this
vibrating
is-
from is where you're going to be able to see
Yes.
different things, bro.
And this is what makes it so based, is because it's such a basic and fundamental truth that if you don't see this, everything else is going to escape you. You're not going to understand the Bible properly. You're not going to understand anything really properly.
Nothing.
You're not
Nothing,
like even
dude.
medicine. You won't understand how medicine should be functioning to heal you properly. And you
Or
don't
even
need that stuff.
relationships, man. Everything
Yes,
is competitive, and I don't like. I'm a
Yes.
big. I don't like competition where it gets to any kind of out of line point. You know what I mean? Like football stuff drives me nuts, and all of that stuff. I had to watch my kid play sports throughout his whole career in school, and it was hard, man, to watch the competition and what it did to kids and people and fans, and it's hard, man. Like these people, they're just humans like me, but they're like ready to tear their face off because they're laughing at my kid because he got slammed to the ground or whatever. You know what I mean? And it's a very elaborate dance of hoaxes that we're forced to watch at times.
All
But
by
we grow,
design.
right?
You know,
We
that's how it's
grow and-
scripted by design.
Yep.
Right. It's a great divisive tool too.
That plus you couple that with something to really control people other than shame is money or the lack of it. So people pressing for something as physical and as based as money, when they drive for that, man, they'll do whatever it takes. They'll lie to themselves just to make things seem okay, to make the lies fit into place. They will lie, and they'll lie about everything.
Yeah.
And it's that love of money that, just like the scriptures say, man, the love of it is the root of all evil, right? And so it's like, hell, even I know I've been there too. I've been there as well. When you get to that place to where money becomes like the end all be all, and you just can't see past, your own hands. You've become so physical, you've become so part of this world that things like the flat earth and things outside the flat earth won't make any kind of sense to you or anybody.
Yeah, your quality of life is directly impacted by monetary value. It's all about materialistic world. And living in fear is very important for them to have us in, because that's where our compliance comes in, and we're scared of meteors and everything else that comes with. You gotta accept and be in compliance with them taking your money as well.
Exactly.
They're here to protect
Money,
us from all the
exactly.
fear.
Money creates fear, because as soon as you possess something, you're gonna be, scared, to lose it.
To lose it,
Scared that,
yes.
yeah, you understand. So that creates fear automatically.
because the money, you are using it as a, like, not using it as a tool, right? The reason is also what the family has done, or how you are brought up, right? What is money, right? There are people who have not seen so much money in their life. You don't need to be fucking rich to know what the fuck money is and to be used as a tool. So there are many people who's been fucking bought up, conning and doing shit, right? So that can create kind of a fucking, how do we call it, greediness of getting more, because you never had enough, or you never had clean fucking money where you worked and you understand what you could be doing with the money and what money is in reality, right? So I think there is a difference too, right?
Yeah,
It's
you're
a tool
better
of
off growing up poor.
yes, it's better, of course, to grow up in the needs. That's 100%
Uh-huh.
is better. It forms your character. But the thing is that, we understand that money, the way we know it, you're right, Vika, because actually, as soon as they created, coins, small coins that you can store, now you can work to store more and more, buying power. But before these coins, they were salt. They used to buy things through salt. Salt is not that easy to store or to transport or to carry. But
For
and then
yeah, for that's why it's called salario,
yeah,
salary. Yeah, in
exactly,
in
exactly.
Spanish it's salario. Yeah, go ahead.
And before that, because I studied that, before that it was Baxter. That means, you give me eggs, I give you like
Barter.
clothes.
A
Yeah,
barter.
Yeah,
barter.
Yeah.
barter. Excuse me, yeah, barter. And
Hmm.
what was good about that? That's the best system. Why? Because you can only buy what you need. You cannot buy like 200 million eggs or like 500,000 sheeps. The fuck you gonna do with it? So you can only buy what you need, and the price is usually, made according to the time and the work put into it. Like, like how much time it takes me to just like create, like to bring like 12 eggs, or to create like a close, So, but the thing is, the people then had time, because they only bought what they needed. And then most of the time they had time to study nature, to understand the stars, nature, everything, because they had time. But as soon as they reduced, the money, into that coin, then now you're going to invest all your time into, like, accumulating more and more and more money. So the thing is that it's the storage capacity, that also enslaved people. And we know that again in the Bible, it is known that Pharaoh what made the first coins. It's not the Romans that invented as bullshit. Pharaoh made the first coins, and
Exactly, but in the end, Sam, it's about what really you give value to, right?
yeah.
Because maybe there are still people who don't respect the nature, who doesn't want to go be off grid, grow your own things, because they don't find value in that. Maybe a value is a sports car, right? A chalet, right? Physical brand stuff. This is giving value because they don't themselves have value, because there are rich people who understand the value of money and respect, right? And it's not only about showing off what you have. So that is the problem right now. It's all consumerism. The people just want to show something what they don't have, what they are not, right? The purpose of respecting the nature and using it for ourselves and recycling and doing stuff, no, people are not interested in that, because they don't value that. They don't value this earth. They don't value this, everything
Well,
that inherit and live exist on this earth, right?
Yep.
We are totally gone into, like, trying to be civilized and destroying everything, contaminate everything. So it's all about the value, right? What you value in life, right?
Yeah, and that can be put in one word. It's time, because there is no blessing in money if you don't have time to do anything. If you have to be a slave. I know people in Jerusalem, like customers of mine, they have like tens of apartment buildings. They have multi-millionaires, and they work into like like 20 square meter, like dirty store selling like things for like $1, $2, and they have eyes like this, and they're like dead. They have so much money, but they cannot just leave their work. That's not a blessing. They're dead. They're like enslaved. The blessing is that if money gives you time. I have money. I don't have to work, so now I have time to do what I want to do. To study, to whatever. To grow. You understand? So that's the thing.
And there are people like the basically off of what you just said. I'd say the best example of that is Steve Jobs. Remember how he built everything? He made Apple. He did all the Apple stuff. He did the iPod, I this, I that, thing, I everything, right? And then as soon as he got sick, all that money he had, all this opportunity he had, all these people that liked him and everything else, I was like, man, my man can't remake himself a pancreas. My man can't get his health back. I bet you if he could take all of what he earned, all of what he experienced, and he could turn that in for a pancreas that works and gives him like another day or two of life, I bet you he would give it all up in a second.
And that brings me to the point that actually, when you think about it, the thing that is most valuable for you is not, okay, of course, your money. It's not your children. It's not your wife or your mother and father. It's your time. The time is the most valuable thing that the man has, and that's why everything is made to make us waste our time in bullshit, in video games or whatever, because that's what we have the most precious. Imagine if you could live like 1,000 years. So now you should have time now to you can do anything. You can borrow money, you can do anything. You can just so the time is the most valuable thing. And again, the secret of immortality, I don't want to get into that. That's the secret of secrets, because Solomon, saying everything is, is bullshit, because you can have like money, women, honor, and whatever kingdoms. But if you have to die like tomorrow, it's not worth shit.
Yeah,
it's not worth shit. And that's what he says. The thing is the time. He should have asked for time to God, not for anything else. But anyways, just don't.
Yeah, absolutely. The richest man is not the one who has a lot of money. The richest man is the one who knows who the fuck he is and why he's here. The day you understand that, right, that's almost like immortality. In other words, if you understand it, right? And what we are. Yeah. Once we get past all the physical and the material and the matrix, right, then only we can reach one point and where you could say, fuck everything. Who the fuck am I?
And that's
right. What am I doing here? Yeah, go ahead.
No, just to confirm what you said, is that when you think about it, look at us now. You, me, together talking. That's the blessing. We have the time to talk and to think. Who the fuck does? Who can spend their time? Because, we don't make money when we talk. I don't make money when I make videos. I spend money, I spend my time. But I have it. It's okay. That's the blessing. We're here talking, spending our time into trying to understand things. That's a true blessing.
Not being a slave 24/7, right?
Right. And I think that's what makes us more dangerous, is that we're not looking at it for money, and we're looking at it for, not knowledge. Just education, but knowledge and spiritual growth for not just us, but for so many other people. Because we, like Vikka said, there's so much value in this. Like, we see more value. Like me, I'm like, I don't care if they not you, Vikka, because I know you got a business and you got your channel to run. But me, I'm like, I don't care if I get demonetized or whatever. I was like, I wasn't asking to be monetized anyway. And and the thing is even when YouTube was like, hey, do you want to be monetized now? I'm like, what? So you guys could tell me what I can say and can't say? Hell no. I'm gonna say what the hell needs to be said, because I feel it's important for everybody to hear it. So I'm not going to have you control what the hell I have to say and how the hell I have to say it. You know what I'm saying? So it's almost like it's the trick It's like if you take the money, yes, you'll be rich. But if you don't take the money, you'll be monetarily rich. But if you don't take the money, what do you stand to gain? Like how much richer? And it all comes back again to what are you willing to let go to see how far you can go? You understand? Like people don't understand that if you cut that ball and chain, you could go a lot farther, a lot faster for a lot longer. But people
you gotta play, brother. Also, you have to remember to survive. You have to sometimes play by their rules, because once you understand the rules, you understand where are the loopholes. This works in everyday life, in politics, in everything, in local laws, everything, right?
Yeah.
So that is the reason. That is the reason many have been blocked or channels taken out, right? So that is also one of the way. It's not that we don't understand all this other conspiracy and that we don't want to talk. It's not about the channel that is the reason. No, we understand very well. But that is the reason. That is the reason. For example, I'll give you an example on my Facebook. If I would do other conspiracy on my Facebook, it's not going to have that reach. So I have that reach because the way I have maintained in comparison to many other channels on Facebook. Right? So it's a way how to, right?
Yeah.
Credibility needs to be the new monetization.
Yes.
You know?
Yes, because it doesn't, that's exactly right.
Credibility
JJ.
is what needs to be valued.
It don't matter how much money you got. If you're not credible, man, it's not going to hit right. It's not going to hit the same.
And I like what you said, Sam, about time is, the most important, and that's what we need is our currency, that we're being stripped of. And, the more time we entertain the trolls that are not here genuinely, then that's all they're doing is stealing our time,
Exactly, like vampires, like fucking like.
And as you guys are saying, time is money, and we are spending here time, so we are spending money, right?
Right.
Yeah, it's driving them wild that we're not giving them our time. It's making them crazy. That's why they got to show up in your channel, and they got to.
That's how it's so powerful, because all of us here, we show up regularly, and this is our free time. This is a time that we have left of the day that wasn't stolen from us, and this is what we choose to do with it, and that's very warming to me. It warms my heart, man. It just shows me that we're winning, and we're on a lot better place than they like to paint, They like.
Can you imagine with the youth, man, with what we know now, if we could just pass off to them what we've learned, right? And basically we're giving them a shortcut. Of course I could wish. You get into the flat earth when you get into it, right? It comes into understanding when you're ready for it. But at least I think we've been blessed enough to know this stuff to where we can give it to the kids, right? We can give it to the new people coming into the whole thing, and they can get it a lot sooner. Even if they don't take it on right now, they'll be like,
you plant that seed.
Exactly. Where it goes from, hey, I learned about
imperative.
Flat Earth when I was 40.
Yeah.
So I learned about flat earth, or I finally got it when I was like 30, or when I was 25, and so on, 15. You know what I'm saying? Like until it gets to the point to where they told me about it, I learned about it, I get it. I saw the alternative. I already knew it was bullcrap. I saw the globe. I knew it was a lie. That's where we want to be.
Oh yeah, and the last thing before we continue with this clown show, people a little bit. Last thing I also wanted to mention, right, about time is money is right. This is the thing I just want to mention. I'm almost 7 years in here. I did 2 documentaries, and every documentary took me almost a year to make, right? If you're speaking about time or money, and that's a dedication out there for the community, right? That's just 2, and I have so many videos and many other things and observations, and right today also I have an observation. I have many things to plan. So all this been happening from a very long time, and it's going to continue, right? So just wanted to mention out there. We'll continue with these people a bit, because we are almost.
Thank you for that contribution. Just throwing that out there, Vikka.
Oh yeah, brother.
Yeah, we all have our ways of contributing, man, and I just wanted to make sure that you're thanked and it's recognized, brother. So thank you.
Oh yeah, for sure. As I said, it manifested because it was supposed to manifest. We had the right people and the right energy in the right place, and who saw that it can happen, and it happened. Right. So, oh yeah.
Back to the AE map. We'll just listen a little bit, and you'll get to hear Witsit go through his line of bullshit here in a second too.
Well, why can't I? Similar to like Antarctica, but why can't I go see for myself? Why are you just telling me, oh, it's a globe, it's a little continent on the bottom, you don't fall off because of gravity, you're good, don't bother going there. Well, why can't I go and see? I want to go there and check it out for myself, and then I'll decide.
And remember, he was offered a free trip. Saying, I just want to go down there and just pick me. I'll go down there. I want to see for myself. But then
I
as
wanna
soon as he's offered a free trip, he's like, nah, I don't go.
Yeah, as somebody mentioned earlier, he didn't want it to go with you clowns.
Thank you.
Right?
And trust them? And trust them? Really? You got to be crazy.
Guilty by association.
Yeah. No, that's a
You
problem
think
with
he
the
would
whole
put?
credibility. That's the whole problem with the credibility of it all, man. Once you've shown your hand, man, like you don't deserve that credibility anymore. And I'm glad that that's our sense of real currency, right? It's not the money really. It's the credibility, like you said, JJ. And when the people don't have it like that, like they see it, kind of like Judas over there talking all that mess. Well, you were offered a trip. You know what? It's like after seeing what we just saw, there's no way in hell we recommend anybody do anything with globe people ever again, because they're so untrustworthy. You don't know what they're going to try and pull on you.
Yeah, in 2024, they're trying to show us a 24-hour sun. You know, it's like, how are we this far along and still questioning it to begin with?
Exactly.
Because you have non-trustworthy, non-creditable sources here that are obviously infiltrated.
Exactly.
But,
And
in my opinion, like even if he was to fundraise himself and have no association with Globers whatsoever, I honestly don't. I think Antarctica is off limits, man. Yeah, they claim you can go here or there, but I've already seen firsthand that they are willing to, hoax that this place even is a real place.
Yes.
So why would I think that you could just go there and go run in a marathon or go look at a 24-hour sun? Like, yeah, right. There is
and you want to
a treaty.
And you want to know, I'm going to keep using the whole thing as like David Copperfield's Statue of Liberty disappearing as their standard, as their standard of trickery. I've been to, I lived next to the Statue of Liberty. So did Eugene. And it's like, we know how big that thing is when you get like within some serious proximity of that thing, right? We know how big it is. To make it disappear, I think that should put into perspective what these people are capable of. You understand? And it doesn't have to be done by David Copperfield by himself. It could be a group effort. And once these guys get on board to do it, they've got the funds, they've got the resources. They're just fooling one person at that time. You know what I'm saying? So it wouldn't work.
Gotcha.
And I land my plane with that.
He's like a Muppet. This guy's so ridiculous, man.
And just to see people like this, I mean, just talk about disappointing, to go from, being so full of conviction about a subject, and you're like, okay, he must really believe it, he must really feel it, but then it's so easy for them to just backtrack into a different idea, and because the believers in flat earth are so strongly attached to it, they just allow it, right?
Yeah.
Because the alternative means that they're wrong. So
it's really disappointing how few people push back and be like, wait, you said you wanted to go, why don't you go? Right. Instead of just caving to their excuses.
Looks like this is Witsit maybe here. Let's see what he says here.
Tim, about flat earthers and globe earthers going together to Antarctica, and listen to what he said.
Did you hear a while back that there was going to be like flat earthers, globers, and then a bunch of people go to the South Pole? Like, I heard that was a thing.
Yeah. I don't remember the specifics of someone claiming to go to the South Pole, but we're trying to set up an Antarctic trip right now with many truthers. I don't really care about people that are like opposed to.
Many truthers, right? Who are the truthers? McToon? Jeran. Yeah, Lisbeth. McKeegan. Truthers.
The list goes on.
The truth of this realm. It's irrelevant to me, but yeah, we want to go maybe next winter in the north, which would be the summer in the south, and try to see what's going on with the sun and make some shadow measurements.
So call me naive if you want to, but I think
Okay, so I got some other ones here for you. So, and then this is just showing you the before TFE and after.
Wait, Vikka.
It's just saying that they're going to call.
So wait, was that Witsit just saying that? I don't know when that was filmed, but he said they were planning on going to the north at some point.
I thought he said the south, but I could be wrong.
I'll try to talk, go back a bit, but yeah, I don't know if I can. I'll try.
Okay.
I thought he was referring to the TFE going to the south, but
Was he okay? I'm confused. Like, was he just then talking about possibly going to the north?
Let's listen. Let's listen again.
Ridiculous, man.
And just to see people like this, I mean, just talk about disappointing, to go from, being so full of conviction about a subject, and you're like, okay, he must really believe it, he must really feel it, but then they're so easy for them to just backtrack into a different idea, and because the believers in flat earth are so strongly attached to it, they just allow it, right?
Yeah.
Because the alternative means that they're wrong. So
It's really disappointing how few people push back and be like, wait, you said you wanted to go, why don't you go? Right. Instead of just caving to their excuses.
it looks like this is Witsit maybe here. Let's see what he says here.
Tim about flat earthers and globe earthers going together to Antarctica, and listen to what he said.
Did you hear a while back that there was going to be like flat earthers, globers, and then a bunch of people go to the South Pole? Like, I heard that was a thing.
Yeah. I don't remember the specifics of someone claiming to go to the South Pole, but we're trying to set up an Antarctic trip right now with many truthers. I don't really care about people that are like opposed to the truth of this realm. It's irrelevant to me, but yeah, we want to go maybe next winter in the north, which would be the summer in the south, and try to see what's going on with the sun and make some shadow measurements.
The north. He said the north.
Yeah, he said. Wait. What do y'all think about that? Am I? Yes. What are we talking about here?
Yeah, that's news to me.
Oh yeah, I also heard it the first time, but I thought maybe he was trying to. But yeah.
What are they talking about? Why would he say that?
It's called the a Freudian. How do you call that?
Freudian
slip.
Yeah.
So
And that was after the final experiment, right? This video, because obviously Jeran's already flipped, and then Witsit came on, but that was after the TFE, right? That was recent.
When was that? Right.
I don't know. He was saying that it was before. I think it's before they went there, because I think looked like it's in Discord and they are asking him about the coming up trip.
Yeah,
Right.
that's what I thought.
Yeah, it was just confusing because when Jeran was talking right before that, it seemed like it was after, because he was already sure seemed like a glober to me. But then that came on and it seemed like it was before. So
Oh yeah, he clipped it. I think so. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Okay. Yeah, because
Gotcha.
it sounds like he starts talking about the north, and I'm like, what? Wait. Then he said summer in the south and north. And then he said, and yeah, it sounds like one of those things I'd probably rewind 12.5 times to just listen to, just so I could see what context he's trying to come off of over here.
That's why I feel like it's pretty interesting to see what happens with Roger, because I personally don't think you're just going to go there and oh, here's the truth. It's got to be gate kept at all costs.
Yes.
It's way too serious of implications for them to just allow you to go there and prove or disprove, So I'm interested in to see what happens with that.
Okay, Chris Allen said it's winter in the north, so summer in the south. Okay. J.R. Hartley saying north-south vape, no vape. All right, but Chris Allen before that he said it's winter in the north, so it'll be summer in the south. He didn't say he's going to the north. Okay, all right. Yeah, it just sounded weird how he put it. It just sounded weird.
It was that word salad that got you.
Mm-hmm. Word salad, dry, no dressing or nothing.
No croutons, no bacon bits.
Alrighty.
Call me naive if you want to, but I think
Okay, so I got some other ones here for you. So, and then this is just showing you the before TFE and after.
Mhm.
It's just saying that they're going to call, statements made after would be ATFE and before would be BTFE, or the final experiment after.
Anything that would prove the Earth is a globe, the globe science community lies about. For example, the 24-hour sun in Antarctica doesn't work on a flat Earth.
You're going to see stories where people saying flat Earth is dead. The circling sun in Antarctica proves it. No, the circling sun in Antarctica doesn't prove anything.
This would be easy to prove, but they hide this from us too. All we'd have to prove is go to Antarctica.
Guys, as I said, this is where it all, I think, started also some way, like the catalyst, like for sure it was planned from a long time, but from here where it was.
Yeah, what was this, about 6 months before they went? The Dean Odell?
No, that was like 2 years ago.
Yeah,
Oh,
that was
okay.
that was in December, I think, of 23.
So it was a good year before the final
Yeah.
experiment?
Full year, yeah.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yep.
Gotcha.
And he literally even said that Greg Locke says to him that he's going to pay for him $50,000 for him to go to Antarctica.
Very interesting. I think you're on to something there.
Oh yeah, I've been saying right from the beginning, guys. When it's all started, also, as I said, because I remember these people speaking about it, and there has to be a connection of also a religious war, right? So, who is backing this up physically on the front line, right? Apart from the controller wanting this to happen, there has to be a way for this thing to roll out, right? Physically, through some channels. It looks like,
It's where them secret societies come into play. I'm pretty sure this guy's been showing plenty of symbolism, the one eye and all that as well.
You talking about Greg Locke?
Yeah, Greg Locke.
Yeah.
I don't know if you've seen that or not, but
Are they the same denomination religion, these guys? They pastor for the same church?
Allegedly. No?
No. Dean Odell is he's his own church. That right there was a little debate that they were having.
I was in
back
Tennessee.
Yeah.
I was there for that.
Oh, you were there? Oh, that's right. You mentioned that. And that's where you met what's his name? Witsit, right? Vapes it.
Met Witsit, Dave, Keith, bro, a lot of people.
Kevin,
yep. Kevin Bobick from Flatten the Curve.
Yeah,
he was awesome.
This thing was it. I don't even know how to classify this thing, but yeah, Dean Odell beat his tail. He beat him bad. I was like that. Yeah, it was bad. It was bad. After he did his little dissertation, man, they passed it over to Greg Locke. Greg Locke, he came up empty, and then he basically wanted to fight Dean Odell, and then he kicked him out of the damn tent.
Yeah, he
I never heard of
and kicked us all out.
Never really heard of neither one of these guys until that event. They sure hyped it
Me
up,
neither.
so it does fall in line with it being the start of something.
Mm-hmm.
You guys ever heard of them? Were they ever really discussed before?
he was there. Duffy was also there.
I
didn't.
I don't remember seeing him. I didn't know his name then.
He was there in the audience. Yes.
I could have been standing right next to him.
But even Dean and the other guy, Locke, like I've never heard of those guys either before.
Dino Dell Dino Dell does he's done before that right there. He's done little exposés of NASA and all the articles involved with NASA where they talk about a flat non-rotating Earth. Dino Dell's done. He's got a long, like 45-minute to like an hour long video doing that.
Gotcha.
Yeah, it's on YouTube. It's pretty good. I like it. First time I saw it was out of Dave Weiss's archive. So yeah, Dino Dell's pretty well known, and I guess so is Greg Locke too. So
they're probably all actors, every one of them. Both sides.
Okay.
Think about it. Nothing is what it appears.
Nope, not at all.
Well, it appears to me that those people are like sitting exactly like exactly the same and like symmetric. Like it's like the leg is in the same position, the bottle, the three legs, of the those armchairs there, and it's funny. It looks like they're trying to reflect each other, like the same position. Funny.
J.R. Hartley is saying yes, he was there. Weiss was in a pic with Duffy, if I remember correctly.
One big old club.
Yep. Yeah, I'm good. Not inside of that thing.
Let me and you go to Antarctica, spend a week there in the summer, and let's see if the sun does a 360-degree circle all the way.
And this is the curious part. He's mentioning about the 24-hour sun in Antarctica, and he's speaking about giving $50,000 for him to take him to Antarctica. And they saw that maybe it's not working with him, so they focused on other people, right? So could be.
Very interesting. And I've already seen this, and I never put that together. That's pretty good catch for sure.
Yeah. Wow. I didn't even know some of those guys were there.
There's a lot of people there, bro.
Wow.
Raises a red flag, they sure hyped it up.
People. And you know what? When we got kicked out, I got to say way more than 50% of the people got up and left. I don't know. A lot of people got up and left. Man. When he turned the mic off, he was like, "Get out! You're a Bible denier."
Yeah. Yep. I remember that.
The crowd kind of erupted. Nothing happened. He had armed security there and everything. It was crazy. A little over the top.
It's probably a show as well. I hate saying that. I seem to say everything's a show. But it sure seems that way.
It ends up part of it if it's not at the time anyway, right?
I mean, what they scripted the event, but not the show at the end. No, it's all it's all part of the show.
There's another movie I want to bring up while you keep mentioning stuff like the scripted events is what's it called? Newsbenders. And the guy who plays the doctor in Halloween, I forget Donald something. I forget his name, but
Clover.
He stars in it. It's from like the 70s or something, but it's really cool. He takes a guy in a room and he explains to him how we're going to script the whole next year worth of news, and you're going to be part of it. And I'll leave it at that. I don't want to, get too many spoiler alerts in case you're interested in watching. It's called Newsbenders. Check it out, guys.
Okay.
Who's the guy on the left there, like the younger kid?
That's Greg Locke. That's Greg Locke.
Who is he? Like,
he's a pastor.
He's a pastor.
Yeah.
He's
Global pastor.
Right.
Yeah.
But he's got a
special church name.
He's got a military kind of haircut, like Marines.
Or high and tight.
Looks like a military. I don't know, some kind of soldier or something. Doesn't look like a pastor. He's young to be a pastor.
Globe soldier.
No. You should watch the debate with full screen. You're gonna see he's not that young that Yeah, he
Nah,
spent
he's
his
like
enough
40 or better.
lifetime of his life, right, preaching the wrong thing. So, yeah. Saddlebum says in the chat, Dean Odell was part of Robbie Davidson's Celebrate Truth crew.
That
Ooh.
makes
Oh yeah.
bingo.
boy.
Birds of a feather.
Oh, jeez.
That's why I
Damn.
don't trust these flat Earth meetups and stuff. You know, like Flat
Right.
Earth was saying, "Oh, well, who? You know, they're not shills. Who are you implying to? First of all,
Right.
because yeah, they are. Sorry about your luck."
Oh boy. Yeah. I can't mess with that.
Oh yeah, they were hitting on the emotional chord for the people, right? Robbie Davidson was like all for right, yeah, for the truth, for Christ, and so he needed, if it is true, he needed somebody like him to spearhead.
Sometimes I'm thinking that the G in the Freemason sign there might be standing for globe and not God. It's possible. Is the measuring tools there. It's possible that
Could
it's
be
all about
both.
the globe. I don't know. Yeah, it's possible.
Either.
Yeah, they're too good at mocking us with the truth to hide it from us.
Yeah.
Yep.
They just put it right there in your face. You know, look at the
Yeah.
UN map, the the
Yeah, exactly.
WHO. It's just like that's why I come to the conclusion that they're validating to themselves. They're justifying that they didn't do any wrong because it's your ignorance for not seeing the truth they
Exactly.
laid for you. So if you fall for it, that's your dumb fault.
Exactly.
Yeah,
Because at
there
the
are
end of the day, it is a choice.
Right.
It is a
There are
choice.
rules. There are rules, of course. They wouldn't be able to do that if they weren't playing by the rules. There must be
Yep.
rules.
Yeah, they know they have to answer to the high and mighty when this is done, and that I think they're justifying the whole time.
They're like, hey, they had a
Yeah,
choice.
Mhm.
And
Wait
you
till
know
they
what?
get home and see what
Honestly,
happens.
yeah.
They can justify all they want in their own simple little minds. I don't think it's going to work when they get upstairs.
They always allow us to hang ourselves. We're always in compliance with signing, the bottom line without reading it or whatever the case may be. We're always the ones that are, the reason we're victims in their mind, in their little script here. Seems like a common practice.
Mm-hmm.
Which makes me think that maybe these people are like nothing. They're just worms. They're not
That's
so
what I
powerful.
think. Yeah.
They're not.
Oh yeah,
Powerful. We're the
Sam,
powerful ones.
when you can listen to this debate, you're gonna find it, and it's gonna show you a lot of stuff that you can connect the dots. All right, we'll continue.
Around us. If so, it's a ball. Let me just say this at the outset.
Dave, do you know what he changed it to when we got back?
I don't think I've seen this after clip. I saw the before one, but this is new to me. So let's hear it.
What his excuses?
Here about the so-called final experiment and them allegedly seeing the sun move in a circle around them in Antarctica. Let me just go and tell you right now. You don't think Satan could pull that off?
Satan, Dave.
Why is everybody up in arms? See, one reason I've sat back and just watched all the hoopla about all this, because I'm like, I don't care if you see 15 suns in the sky and they do whirlabouts.
Why in 2024 is it needed for a bunch?
That's pretty funny.
So this is the thing, right? It just in a year of difference. Maybe he didn't have to take out that point obviously about standard. Like, go ahead and go to Antarctica if you want to prove your globe, right? Like, sounds like a setup, right? There are many other flat Earth points. You're there to debate flat Earth, right?
Right.
A lot cheaper ones too.
Oh yeah, he wasn't that well versed, Craig Locke, to give contra argument to him, right? Whatever he gave was also very basic stuff. He could have been on a basic stuff, right? But it's very curious now that we are looking over it again that he especially provoked him of Antarctica and he mentioning about the $50,000 already.
He got them resources though.
This is great. Here's somebody who as talked mess about me and everybody on this trip. And watch what she says here. The reason that she stopped looking into sky observations.
Of amateurs to prove a 24-hour sun in Antarctica. It should have been settled 70 years ago already. Like, why is every 24-hour Antarctic sun so obviously fake? Yeah, but I don't think they're going to see a 24-hour sun there. I don't think it exists.
So I don't understand why everybody is freaking out about the sky. Like, some of us have been thinking about this for a while. Some of us started out watching the sun, like me, and I realized very early on that every single sky observation matches the globe. Every single one that I made matches the globe from 10 years ago. So I stopped doing that.
Well, so are your fucking boobs.
Fake.
So this is the thing, to listen from people who are organizing flat earth conferences, right? To listen this, right? How does it sound?
Well,
You were there, you are there, Vlad, you are there in the picture, you are right in the middle.
yeah.
You're in the middle of it.
So that's when she went on the attack, I remember. And she got mad at us because that was the episode. We didn't believe that they did what they said that they claimed to have done. And then she attacked Sav because we were in there saying, yeah, it's not, how's that possible? Like, you didn't do these other things. Yeah, after she lost her mind because we weren't falling for what it is that they did, like she I just tuned her out. I was like, yeah, okay, yeah, man, I'm not listening to this one.
So you have to understand that these people, it's like sometimes it's hard for them to keep everything inside. They're like just boring. It's not easy to to pretend 24/7. That you're not what you are. So sometimes they may crack up. She just like cracked. I don't know what happened to her. She cracked. She cannot take it anymore. She had to like wow.
And so like it just didn't look right, and it was so new at the time. We were still starting to piece the final experiment together, right? It's not like now where we have so much information. It was so new, but it just didn't. There was a lot that was missing, and even at that time, that was around the time that Sav was calling ALE. And he was like, oh, they didn't do those things. They weren't there at this time. They said that they were there at this time. They weren't there at that time because, the P3 showed up from Chile. Or I think it was Chile or one of those countries. Yeah, I think it was Chile. The P3 shows up, right? And then it makes all this noise and everything else. But they spoke about everything about the final, or rather about Antarctica at that time, everything except the final experiment. And then as soon as he mentioned that to her, despite what she said about what the sun does or doesn't do, she lost her mind.
Damage control.
Did you see her face? Take a look at her face.
Yeah.
It talks a lot. It speaks a lot. Look at that fucking face.
Oh yeah, guys, this is the thing, right? To hear that bullshit from this person exactly, it's crazy. The people need to fucking wake up, dude. They've been fucking mining flat earth for all this year and now coming up with this bullshit.
Yeah.
Holy shit.
It might be like a drill to see how people are gonna react if he says that. Normally people should like fucking kill her like on the spot, but people don't react. They don't know how to react. It's a drill. It's probably a drill. Like just turn, flip on people, see how they react. Are they ready? And they're not ready,
Yeah, I'll be honest. Like they were missing. There was so much that they didn't do. Like even when you go back to the video that you're playing here, Vikka, a little bit, where Witsit is talking all this mess about all these experiments they're gonna do once they get to Antarctica, right? Did they do any of those things? Like really, that's the big thing that upset me the most. Was that they hardly did any of the stuff that they claimed to have done. I said the easiest thing you could have done is that level test. You could have easily done the level experiment. You didn't do
From
that.
the second they got there to the second they left, they were trying to convince us they were there.
He walked 20 feet away, got some snow, and he vaped out some smoke. That was his test.
Exactly.
Well, I talked to Jeran there, and he showed me like a few videos that he put somewhere, I don't know, some podcast of I don't know where he shows like pictures of him in Punta Arenas, on the plane. I don't
Yeah.
know. I don't know from how long these pictures are out there, but again, I'm not an expert in all that. I didn't investigate at that point. Everything is on the material they have and everything. But for me again, I don't need like 1,000 proofs to establish a fact. If I have like one or two proofs, I know
Yeah.
it's over.
That's all you need. Yeah.
That's all you need.
It's almost these guys went, and then the way they came back, it's almost like saying you went to Japan, and then you're like, all right, let me see some souvenirs. What'd you bring back from Japan? And you show the person a Big Mac. It's like, really? You went to Japan? What kind of Japan did you go to? You're coming back with McDonald's. Are you kidding me? So really, during that time, that's what got me. But I'd say her reaction, like that said a lot, right? And we really didn't sit there and fight back or argue with her like that. She was just losing her mind because we saw these guys as what they were, just liars. And that,
I mean, if you were really,
I think,
if you were really in Antarctica, do you think you'd spend some time or any time at all, like trying to prove that you were there, or would you just let it speak for itself?
Oh yeah.
It's
Well,
pretty
you got to
telling.
think that whatever you're doing is going to speak for itself.
Absolutely.
Every bit of it would speak for itself.
Absolutely.
Right.
They over-explained every second they were there, trying to prove to us they were there.
Yeah. Because can you imagine the first time you've ever done something that's absolutely polar opposite to what you're used to doing? The way you'll remember everything, the way something smells, the way it looks, the way it feels, the music you heard on the way there, the first thing that you
3 weeks
experienced
before,
everything
all of it,
that
bro.
you've encountered,
Build up.
Exactly, the build up and the moments there and then the moments after. Everything you experience, because it's such a new experience, it basically carves a new noodle inside of your mind, inside of your physical brain. So
and also applying for the Nobel Prize.
Yes,
Right. It's like an accomplishment of mankind here. It's almost as
Absolutely.
equivalent as landing on the moon.
Yeah.
A small step for man, big
one big giant
a
leap
big,
for,
a big mistake for big misstep for
for globe kind.
So
Oh,
whatever these
man.
guys were trying to accomplish, I think they got the complete opposite, and they got some serious pushback that they weren't expecting. But that was the first time I met Karen B, and a lot of people said she's cool, but I was like, nah. With that reaction, the way she didn't even want to hear what we had to say. She was just pissed because we didn't believe those guys.
So where's her stance nowadays? Anyway, I'm curious.
I don't know, but I think she's still cool with the Mark Sargent and all them. Mark Sargent's Strange World crew, DJ Curious and them. Yeah,
Birds of a feather. They're the ones who organized the meetup as well in Arizona.
Arizona.
With aliens and probably Bigfoot and ghosts.
Oh.
Yeah,
okay.
they're literally advertising Flat Earth Meetup in the same title with aliens.
Yeah,
God,
that's
no.
Yeah, and Mark Sargent, I put a comment in his, calling him out in his advertisement there, and he's like, basically asking me, "Well, are you still going?" Like, I think that's a no, bro.
So he didn't answer you about the aliens? What did you ask him actually?
I basically typed, putting aliens and flat Earth together is designed to discredit flat Earth, make flat Earth look stupid.
And did he address it at all?
Not really. He thinks he's funny, He's
right.
trying to be funny.
Right.
But I didn't find it very funny. I was serious.
But again, you see, if you believe that the objective of that operation was to prove that the Earth is a globe, you're entirely right. It's not a success, and they failed miserably.
Yep.
Now, if you understand that maybe there is another objective or another couple of objectives to TFE, so that's a different story. That the thing is that I personally believe that the objective was not to prove the Earth was a globe. It never was to prove the Earth was a globe. It's just like the cover, it's the cover up because they made so many fucking mistakes that it's not possible. And the thing is that they didn't, succeed. But I believe there are other objectives. I'm going to talk about this thing on the Jeran, Campanella, thing there. That there is his podcast there in a couple of days or something, and I'm going to explain that everything makes sense.
Yeah.
Everything that they're doing is making sense, and even like maybe showing that they failed, like to prove that the Earth is a globe. All that is we're being played big time.
There's always alternative motives. Always.
Oh man, it's
they
like
always got
it's
7 or 12 different angles they're coming in at.
And they use every piece of that, kill. They don't let anything go to waste.
Yeah, right.
But they think they're winning by the division and all. But like this stream that we're watching now, I think that was a great moment in time just to really highlight who's who, because back then it was hard to understand that the people that you've been watching are liars as well, but when Karen comes out here and does this shit, and then anybody who's continuously backing it months and months and months later, it's like, okay, I see you,
Watching.
and then there's still people today coming up with explanations how we can have a 24-hour sun on the flat earth. And to me, that's just as much of a red flag as any one of them.
Yep.
Oh yeah, for these people now it's turned out that they have to push the 24-hour sun. For example, Wixit and all these people, right?
Right, they're committed.
Well,
Yeah, they're committed. Now they cannot change their narrative or the testimony, because this is the thing, as I'm saying, right? These were the main representatives. So this is where the people need to understand, right? The front faces, right? If you guys are fucking organizing all these conferences and getting people together, what the fuck was going on in reality then? Was something going on in the background?
Yep.
Absolutely.
That's true.
That's the real question.
Really?
Yep. But yeah, man, I tell you, man, these guys, I could see if this final experiment thing was a multi-tiered. They're like, okay, we've done this part A. Now we're going to do the part B. Now they're doing the part C. You know what I'm saying? Part 1, part 2, part 3, just to mash them up together and say, based off of this, we conclude that the Earth is blah, blah, blah. But really, you can't say that. You can't just sit here and say that the Earth is this based off of one thing.
No,
but you
especially
have
when,
to,
like everything
you didn't even-
observable tells you the opposite. 10
Yes.
miles, there should be somewhere, one place in 10 miles that shows a 60-foot offset of
Right.
level.
That's it.
Anything somewhere, but there's nothing even remote.
And their burden of proof was never met for their claimed evidence either. So let's not pretend like it's evidence, right?
They have to
Because
be in
it's moot.
Antarctica
It's
first.
moot.
We don't even know if they went.
Well, they made the
We don't
claim
know.
that they did, and there's still no evidence that is strong enough to support it. So
Yeah.
it's moot. It's
Yeah.
not even.
That's what I'm saying.
usable.
Like we can't, like looking at them doing this and doing that. I'm like, man, if they could show us those tickets, I'll start to buy into they might have they gotta show them tickets, man. That's
I won't. I'm not buying it even with the tickets. It would help, but I'm not buying it.
That's
'cause
what I'm
I've seen
saying.
Too much.
It would definitely help, but they
Yeah.
can't even do the easy stuff. It's like, dude, like you
And
ain't
that's
got
easily
nothing.
faked. Like, why don't you just fake it already?
You can't even
Make it
fake
work.
it. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. You didn't even
It's
think
so
to fake
easy.
it because you
Just
didn't
fake
do
it already.
it, dog. Yeah.
But yeah, there's still people on this screen here that are, fundraising for Witsit, and they come in here and act like they're all buddies with us as well, And
Yeah, man.
I hate to call them out, but I'm a straight shooter, and I don't care if it was you, Vlad, or you, Sam. If you're
Hey,
doing
man,
the
I
things
feel
these
you.
people are doing, if it's me, I'd expect y'all to call me out. We call it like we see it. We're not picking sides here or being buddy. This is we just want truth, man.
Yep. That's it. We went to Austin's channel a time ago. I remember many of us here in the chat were there present,
Yeah.
asking them, yo, dog, where them tickets at? You asking for this money to go, get a damn, a box to put all your belongings in. But where them tickets, man? Before you start moving stuff, move them tickets to the front of a camera and show us these damn tickets that you've been talking about, dog.
What did he say?
He said nothing. He was like, "Oh, bro, you guys are over there. This is 2025, bro. You mean to tell me you're still using paper tickets?" And then I was like, "Okay." Okay, so he's gonna play that game. Okay.
Well, let's see your digital ticket then.
Yeah, exactly.
Screenshot it, bro.
I was like, it's easy to get the digital one, and they give us the digital
Yeah.
one. Then
It'd probably be easier to keep a digital because it's in your phone. You're not going to lose it.
You'll never lose it. And if you lost a copy, well, guess what? The airline still has you on their roster, so they could gen up a copy real fast.
So that was a lame dodge.
Yeah. Oh, bro, you mean paper tickets? I was like, okay, so you didn't go. All right, that's all you need to say. Just be honest. Kind of like when you were honest with the whole vape thing. You know what I'm saying? Just be honest and be like, yo, we didn't go, dog. We didn't go. But whatever, man. I'm so past those dudes. These dudes with their BS, man.
There's
they didn't
so much there that's just too telling. They sound like that regurgitated news media, how we think they're independent news networks, but they all got caught saying the same exact word for words. It's like that because how every single person that was in Antarctica said, "Oh, that mountain looks like it's right there, like you could touch it, but it's actually 2.3 kilometers away." Like they all said it word for word.
Yep.
It's like, come on. And then you go watch Witzit's video, the only one he did live while he was there. I think there's only one while he was there. It's horrible when you watch it now. It's like, and all he could say the whole time is, "We're definitely in Antarctica." It's like, it's all he did the whole time.
Here we are.
It's like, oh, okay. So he said we're in Antarctica, so it must mean it's real, right? It's just telling is all, It's it all accumulates to you didn't go, bro, or not. I don't think they were in Antarctica at all.
No,
it's not that I don't think they were in Antarctica. I cannot think it, even if I want to. I have no choice than to understand that they could not be there, because there's so much evidence that they could not be there. That even if I want to, I can't.
Yeah,
I want to believe, but I can't.
That's why I call it Cantarctica.
Exactly. Just like this globe, I wish it was a ball so we didn't have these crazy, back and forth. I can't even believe that it's a globe because we know that it's flat. There's a big difference. Believing it's flat and knowing. We know.
Exactly.
Alrighty, guys, let's listen to this a bit more. We are like almost done, right? We are almost, normally I do 3 hours or something, but tonight it's almost 4. I understand we are almost on full moon night tonight, almost. So I understand the energies and frequencies are high, and so yeah, we'll listen to it a bit more and then we will wrap it up. All right, guys.
Oh my God.
When everything is going in one direction, when all your evidence is leading to the answer, stop doing that.
Everything I look at proves me wrong, so I shut my eyes.
Right.
That's
So then
what
she
I
would
do.
Out of her own mouth. That's amazing. I've
Unreal.
noticed that's the new buzz phrase with flat earthers. Quit looking at the sky to know the shape of the ground.
They've always said that, yeah. But
which is made up.
That's because it's true.
Oh yeah, that's what is called muddying of water, right? It's like the bullshit these people are speaking, and these people are catching another thing right now. So
yeah, I don't know why that's so funny. And they throw laughter behind it like that's a silly thing to say. No, it's true. Like, quit looking at the sky to tell us what the ground is doing. Like why is that so silly? Because if you could look at the sky and then you could find me curvature, then that's one thing. But you can't even do that. So why then would you make a joke about that?
oh yeah, but you're also not doing the same phrase. Oh yeah, go ahead, Gene.
Well, I'm saying, then does that mean you can look at the ground and know what the sky's doing too?
Good point. Very good point. Very good point.
Well, bottom line is they can't prove any geometric curvature with the ground, so here comes the obfuscation. That's all it is.
Yeah, that's not bad.
All right, one moment, guys. Maria Walker is saying, Vikka, I hope you are feeling okay. You sound a bit under the weather. Gonna pray. Cleans up quick. if that's the case, we need you. Oh, thank you so much. I am perfectly well. The only thing is, it's almost 3 a.m. for me, right? And just today I came back from that trip too, right? So yeah, I had a long day too, so maybe I sound tired, but I'm perfectly full of energy. Thank you so much. Yeah.
About energy, I
and
just
it's not
wanted
even
to.
something that's
Okay.
Yeah, go ahead.
No, just to let you know, like some old news about energy. I've been studying this Saturday. The Torah a little bit in depth like this, and I realized something I never realized is that actually the dream of Yehezkel, the prophet there, is not about a UFO. This is so much bullshit. It's about the dome. It is written clearly. It's about the dome, the way it works. And actually, what's written over there, again, that's not translated in your language, is that it talks about like an electric field. The word Hashmal in Hebrew is electricity. So the thing is that I've been thinking, I don't know much more than that, but I'm just thinking maybe is there like any theory going on that maybe the dome might be like an electric force field of some kind, and the sun might look like a ball of light. The balls of lightnings. Sometimes it's very rare. So I just like I'm talking about just I'm thinking about all this. I don't know if anybody just mentioned it or just studied it or something. I don't know, because there is a notion of electric force in the shape of the dome. I don't know.
I subscribe
That's all
to
I
the
know.
electromagnetic toroid. So
Right, right. Well, what's crazy is that the higher you climb in the sky, the colder it gets, and electricity functions best when it's cold.
Oh, I didn't know that. Okay, that's good.
Voltage functions like at its max the colder it is.
I thought the salt water also might be conducting better than
Well, I'm sure. Yeah, I'm sure it has.
But I don't know.
Something to do with it. I know it does. But like the air, when it's super cold, you have better conductivity. You know what I'm saying?
There's more
When it's
static
really
electricity
But-
too, right?
but-
When
but-
it's
yes,
chilly.
yes.
But take a look at the Go ahead, go ahead.
I'm sorry. If you could tell me what chapter in Ezekiel that is.
Yeah, I tell you, it's very easy, very simple. Wait a second, I'll tell you this in a second. The world is Hashmal, which is translated again, in your books, like by some other, crazy shit word that doesn't exist. Wait a second. Yeah, that drives me crazy because I didn't realize that. I just like to say, what the hell? But it talks about, I thought also it was like some kind of a UFO, some kind of a like ship or something. Like, but it's not. It's about the dome. It's written clearly. It's about the dome. It's the mechanisms of the dome. The wheel inside another wheel and everything. It's crazy.
Ezekiel's wheel, right?
Yes, exactly. This is about the dome. I can prove it to you. There's no problem. You can sit down and I can explain it to you in details with no problem. What is the? Okay.
No, yeah, gear within gear is the Antikythera mechanism, right? It's the gears, is the wheel above, below, and within us. Everything is, we are in one of this realm, right? We are part of this realm. We are part of those smaller gears into that huge mechanism. This biomechanism that works, how this realm works, that everything is living and moving and alive. From the microcosm to the macrocosm is the same thing, right?
But the thing is, you guys are much more, scientific than I am, much more a better observer than I am, and I believe that you should check it out. You should take a look at the formation of the, those balls of lightning there.
Right.
Boy, it looks like it's very bright. It's moving. Okay, it's like for a few seconds something, but wow, I believe a sun might look like this. I don't know, but just check it out. Just smell it out.
Okay.
Wait a second.
What chapter in Ezekiel?
I'm getting there. Wait a second.
Yeah.
The word that's important for you to understand is the word hashmal, which is electricity in Hebrew. It's electric.
Oh, one of the angels also looked like a circle with the eye or with the wheel in the middle.
Exactly. Right. It's all that. It's like yeah.
It's like a ball bearing.
Yes. It's Yehezkel. Okay. 1:4, and he saw like the wind of a storm coming from the north, and he saw a big cloud and a fire, some kind of a fire, and also fire sometimes relate to electricity in
Yeah, cherubim and seraphim, right?
Yeah, and it's with a glow around it that is like dancing around, like it's like it's like I don't know how to describe it, and inside, from inside, like the look of the electricity from within the fire. So that's one thing, and then on the Ezekiel 1:27, he sees again like the look of electricity, like the look of the fire, and the thing is that when you study a little bit the text, you see that we're talking here about an electrical phenomenon, and it talks about the how do you call it, the dome. It talks about the dome because the word dome in Hebrew is rakia, and here it talks about the rakia here in the Ezekiel 10:1, and also 1:26, 1:22, 1:23, 1:25. It's rakia. It's about the fucking dome. It's not about the lack of a UFO. Those people drive me crazy. Like that's it. So it's written like 4 times about the dome, and actually the way it's written, you can also read the word lightning next to the dome. Like it's those are subtleties of the Hebrew language. Not easy to explain, but you can detect this. You can detect the idea of an electrical force or field linked to the mechanism of the dome.
Right.
So that's I just wanted to throw that on the table to see if maybe you heard something, a theory or something, somebody that came up with that idea on his side. But it seems like
Go ahead.
I've got a few different Bibles here,
Yeah.
different versions. I've got old ones.
Yeah.
I've got an
Yes.
Ethiopian one, and I'm gonna look through those. And
Yeah, you don't have the old
I also
one.
have a Torah here too. So I think that would help if I could get a little translation and I could try to figure
Well,
out.
I tell you, I can translate it, as close as possible to the real, meaning
The real thing,
of
yes.
the words. That's not problem. But in your translations, nowhere you're gonna see written like electricity. That's 100%.
Oh yeah, and closing this with the electrical thing. We are electrical beings, guys. The time when we are not here is when we are out of electric and electromagnetic too. But the electric is a part of it. The sky, everything, electric, electromagnetic, sound, right? All these thing is playing part from up to us within and to below.
Yeah,
Right.
Every life form, every animal, everything that the heart beats like with like 2 volts or something. I don't know. It's like there is electricity. It's let's go crazy, let's go nuts, but it's possible that maybe nature itself, provides the energy for that thing to stand. I don't know. It's because where did the electricity come from? We have to understand that.
Oh yeah, the sun is supposed to be electric, right? This is the best part. Even there are Teslas and Eric Dollar and all this stuff. The whole electrical sun thing, right? And interacting with the gases and the molecules and the particles and the way they vibrate is creating that local heat. That's why above we don't have heat. It's cold because the atmosphere or atmosphere is more below, which is more dense and which is reacting with the sun's light, which is electric. That's why we have solar panels too, right? Many things that connects in a way how this electrical universe, in a way, what we see above. It's a light show, guys, including from the aurora borealis to everything that moves around, and frequency, energy, and vibration at its best, interacting with physical, right, and all these different energies. So it's like, yeah.
Right. And
Anyway,
ask
guys,
yourself-
last thoughts for tonight, and I think we are done.
Yeah, ask yourself why they call it the ground, right? Why is it called the ground? Because you have your positive and negative when it comes to electric.
Exactly.
And you have to be grounded. And I think if you ever were able to leave here, you'd probably die because you have to be grounded.
Maybe those those three things there, are being reflected in all the religions, like the Holy Father, the Father, I don't know, the Holy Spirit, and
Holy
the
Spirit.
Son, and also among us, it's like Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob. Maybe it's just also like encoded messages into all this. It's possible, but we for now, of course, we don't have any inch of evidence really to to confirm that. But it's a clue. It's a nice clue. It's a nice direction we can dig it.
Exactly.
Okay. Yeah, man. Yeah.
Alrighty, so we're gonna be having our last thoughts for tonight, guys. Yep, it's almost 4 hours. Yeah, we could continue for another 2 hours, but like as you guys can hear me, like I'm almost done.
You're running out of gas. I got
Yeah,
you.
get
I'll
some
go
rest,
first.
brother.
Yeah, I'll go first, man. Yo, I appreciate you having us on here, having me on here for sure. I appreciate that, man. Giving us an outlet to come out here and discuss the true earth, flat earth, and everything else in between, I really appreciate it. And hopefully you're on next week. I know this tends to sap a little bit of energy from you, man, but it definitely helps us in the long run, So shout out to you, Gene, Justin, Sam, and RG. I know you were here earlier, and so Tron too. So flat out to
And
everybody,
Ira.
and Ira. Okay. So shout out to you guys also, and yeah, much appreciated, man, and much love.
Appreciate
Oh
you.
yeah, same goes for you, brother. We all are doing what we can. So yep.
All right.
Yep, I agree with everything you said, Vika. I want to thank you as well, and everybody on the panel, and appreciate you guys. Always look forward to the next one, and this imperative to do what we do and play our parts. With that being said, much love to everybody in the chat, and I'll be going live tomorrow. If you guys want to join, I'd appreciate it, and we'll see you there. Thanks again, guys.
Yeah.
Thanks. Justin, do you have like an email or something we can contact you? I can contact you. I would like to have your
Yeah, I have
opinion.
a Proton email. If you go to my channel, it's right there in the
Okay, you have,
the
okay.
about.
I'll go there. I subscribe already. Okay, no problem.
Yeah, it's in the
Oh
about.
yeah, same here, JJ. Yeah, we all need all our opinions together and speak on it because right and see that what similar resonates we get from all these things, right? And we are putting an effort together in there with our sound bites, if you want to call it, in a frequency out there in the algorithm. It's gonna take what it needs to take, what it's not gonna take, what it doesn't need to take, right? But it needs to be said it and done, and it's there in the ether, right, brother? Oh yeah.
Seeds are planted. Have a good one, guys.
Peace.
Oh
brother.
yeah.
Man, see you tomorrow.
Sam.
You too, bro.
Nothing. I only have like 3 words to tell you is the wise file. Just check the video, man. Just check it out. Just check it out because it's a little heavy, I know, but it's very important. You're gonna see a lot of things. I know that you just came back from the vacation and everything, but just check it out. Check it out. Because even the Globers are saying it's the best video ever made on the Flat Earth in the Flat Earth community. I have that on record. I have the Drunk Debunk Show saying that and everything. They're very impressed, and everybody agrees on that. Just check it out. Check it out on my channel. Check it out. It's worth it.
Like
But,
they are glad that their globe is debunked, or what? I didn't get it.
So they think the video is a very high quality. It's the best video ever made. And the thing is that what's going on is that on one side they agree on certain things that I exposed about David Weiss, but also they all agree that it cannot be a spy or an agent of any kind, which is kind of strange, because according to what's in the video, you're kind of forced to accept that you cannot just play games like that and play us for fools. But check it out. I don't want to spoil it for you. Just check it out. You understand? So that exposes their true feelings about the guy. It's like I understand. Well, I make a short trailer soon.
Yeah, for sure. They're gonna be happy, right? Because David Weiss anyway is their opposition in a way, right? So They're gonna be happy.
Yeah,
that's the point. Is that according to that video investigation, it's not that simple. Officially, it is their opposition, but really they might be working together at a certain level. I know it sounds crazy. I know it sounds like but check it out. Just check it out. Tell me what you think, and tell you that there is a logic behind that. It's we are being played big time. And that's the whole point of the video, that to show us that actually there are other goals into this whole TFE shit and all this betrayal shit. It's like, it's not to prove that the Earth is a globe. It's everything.
Alrighty, Sam. Thanks for being here, brother. Awesome input as always. Yep, and keep doing right. Everybody needs to do whatever they need to do as their part, which can help to see the bigger picture, because it's all putting it out there as a big puzzle, right? So it's good to have from different aspect people putting things out there, because right. Awesome, bro. Gene.
Thank you, Sam.
Bro, what a great show, man. I want to thank everybody that was here tonight. I wasn't in the chat, but thanks, guys. It's always good to be here with you guys, and I appreciate you hanging out with us, giving us the support that you do, spending your spiritual currency with us, and we always try to give you the best we can. We're honest people, giving you our honest opinions on some pretty compelling stuff going on in these communities now. It's just spreading out into the mainstream. So we touched on so many great subjects tonight too. And Vikka, I got to tell you, bro, we're all over here going off on these other tangents and these different conversations, and then Vikka comes in, and like if you were a carpenter, bro, you would take a nail and a hammer, and you take that conversation, you throw the nail in the air, you tap it in, you'd slam it home, and you'd set it all in one swing for us, and then move right back onto the subject. It's fucking cool to watch, bro. So I appreciate that. I've watched that over the years, how you do that. Very cool. You keep us reined in and on subject and on track. And bro, thanks for letting us go off track and letting us speak our minds here and staying up late to freaking let us all do that, bro. I love you. I love all you guys. I pray for all of you all the time. You're in my best thoughts. The people who you interact with are the people who touch your food and bring your food to you that you don't even know. I'm thinking about them in their happy lives. So that's some of you guys know me. That's just how I like to do things. That's where my thoughts are, and I like to let you all know once in a while that you mean a lot to us. You mean a lot to me, and I appreciate all you guys, man. Have a great week, everybody. Thank you.
All right, man. Peace.
Oh yeah, brother. Absolutely. That goes for you too, brother. Long time, almost like a couple of years here with the boots on the ground, bro. So really appreciate
thank you, man.
As everybody, all your input and effort too, brother, and in mechanical RAM for sure. Absolutely is appreciated. And yeah, we all are learning together. It's a journey for us to learn together, because
great journey, bro.
Yeah, it's good to see our fellow brothers putting it out there.
Oh yeah,
for us to learn and evolve, because we just can't know everything by like always just looking inside, right? Hey, what's up, Dave? You have a link up there. I was supposed to close it off, but you can jump in for a moment up here, Dave.
Vikka, we got our anniversary coming up for the anniversary for Mechanical Realm.
Hey,
any day now.
Oh yeah, oh yeah,
bro.
Okay, I got to go. There's a how do you call it? That show there.
Alrighty, Sam. We'll see you later. Dave is here in the chat. He wanted to have a chat with you, but Dave, come on, come for a few minutes.
Sam gone. Peace, Sam. Well, I think it's only fair that if Dave doesn't agree, then he could definitely go debate with Sam. Well, not even debate, but discuss with Sam why he's wrong, and he can talk with him. I mean, I think we provide that outlet for one another to agree, to disagree, or whatever, right? But we allow for discourse. So if you don't agree with what he's saying, then talk to him about it, and do it with us in the court of whatever this is. It's only fair. So.
Oh yeah, for sure. This is the thing. Yeah, Dave. You need to make a debunk video of it. All right, for the people to. You heard what Sam was saying. The Globers are happy.
Yeah, the Globers, I would be wary of what they like, what they don't like, because they'll come in here and they'll talk bad about him. And they did the same thing with Mikey Smith. You know what I'm saying? They'll talk bad about him if something is happening because they want to cause like a serious division. So be cautious of these guys are. I will go as far as to say they are our adversaries, and it's not. Yeah,
that's a good point, Vlad. They don't care as long
Dave,
as
stop commenting and jump in for a few minutes. I cannot be here for a very long time. And say what you had to say, Dave.
Yeah. Oh, shit.
This is the thing, because as I mentioned, right, whatever was like, we didn't even agree on the same thing, right? So that's just one of the things that we have that we don't agree on, right? So this is how what the people saw. The people have their own way of seeing what it could be. Why were you defending all these things? Yeah.
Yep. Yeah, you got to defend yourself. So I think we make it fair for people to be able to defend themselves. So I don't know, but I got to jet because I'm late cooking. So I got to get to cooking before it gets so late that I'm going to be cooking breakfast. So love you guys, and you guys be chill. You guys be easy. And David Weiss, man, Sam's there. So discuss with him what needs to be discussed. All right. Y'all have it easy, man. Y'all be
Exactly.
good.
Sam had a whole. Oh yeah, absolutely. One moment, Aaron. Sam had a whole session with Jeran, 4-hour long session, right? So he's going there and he's defending his shit. So I think you need to have a look, Dave.
Yeah, it kind of sucks, man, but you got to defend yourself. This is what makes Flat Earth so strong, is that we hold each other accountable. It's necessary. It's that holy fire, man. Like I said earlier, we have to hold each other accountable, whether you agree with it or not. That's the only way this thing will work.
Exactly.
So,
and this is the thing. Also, one other thing, Dave, that you were wrong about both of these clowns, right? Both of them, and still, if you guys think that Wetsit is legit, so that's also right. Yeah, people see it questionable. I see it questionable too, right? After all that bullshit, and after being mocked, and after being a victim, what the fuck is he doing? He needs to retire, right? So anyway, guys, I think we are good for tonight. I don't think Dave is gonna jump in, but yeah, there you have it, guys. We will continue next week. We are not even half the way through this video, right? So we'll continue next week. Maybe we get in at 3/4 of that. All right. Alrighty, and anybody is welcome to jump in and to say their mind, speak their mind.
That's right.
Right?
All right, family.
Yeah. It's the only thing. This is the things are rolling out the way it needs to roll out. Nobody can help it. Everybody is doing their part where they think, what they resonate. Who is right, who is wrong? Alrighty. I think we are done for tonight. Guys, have a great week. Yeah, enjoy the full moon. Yeah, maybe some blessings, right? Some good frequency and vibrations. Maybe send the creator, right? Which helps us more, right? To get a clearer picture. So I want to thank everybody who is in the chat tonight with us, sharing the time. Absolutely, yeah, it's precious. And it says a lot, like, yeah, it's required. This support is also required, right? That because we resonate with what we are speaking here, right? We might be wrong on something, but there's a lot that we are seeing through together, and that's what is important, right? So thanks everyone, also on the panel who were with us tonight. There was a long list. I'm done for tonight. Each one of you. See you. This is Vikka signing out, guys. See you next week. Bye, everyone.
Peace,
and enjoy this observation as you go. Have a nice one.
Peace, y'all. Peace.
Yeah. This ain't delivery. It's divine design. Pie, scripture, the kitchen of creation. Grab your slide. Yeah, flat like a pizza baked under the dome. Waters above, that's your real home. Genesis blueprint sealed and tight. No curve, no spin, just day and night. Thickness A, radius Z, pi times Z times A times A, that's reality. The crust is the land, the sauce is the sea, and the cheese is the life God gave to thee. But they serve you a globe with that Lucifer crust. NASA's the chef and deception's a must. Fate runs the spiral, life's DNA. They bury the pattern to lead you astray. Flat like a pizza baked by the king. Fire in the garden, fire in the ring. Don't mess the oven, truth in the flame. Cut through the lies, call the globe by its name, yeah. Flat like a pizza baked by the king. Fire in the garden, fire in the ring. Don't mess the oven, truth in the flame. Cut through the lies, call the globe by its name, yeah. They sell you orbits and rockets in flight, but can't show gas next to vacuum at night. Golden ratio fire in the flowers and shells, but they space stations, just Hollywood tells. Waters above, crash down in the flood. Hark on the crust, life saved by the blood. Now they plot for the beast in the U-wing hall. Lucy's trust candles lit under the call. Math don't lie, the volume don't spin. Pizza stays level no matter the spin. So why does your glow need a fear campaign? Cause truth in the crust breaks the devil's chain. Every size equals size. Every lie I despise. Fire in the road, pie in the plan. God is the baker, not mortal man. Fire in the brew, pie in the plan. God is the baker, not mortal man. Flat like a pizza baked by the king. Fire in the garden, pie in the rain. Don't mess the oven, truth in the flame. Cut through the lies, call it glow by its name, yeah. Flat like a pizza baked by the king. Fire in the garden, pie in the rain. Don't mess the oven, truth in the flame. Cut through the lies, call it glow by its name, yeah. So keep every size equals size. Every lie I despise. Fire in the road, pie in the plan. God is the baker. pizza baked by the king. Fire in the garden, pie in the rain. Don't ask the oven, truth in the flame. Cut through the lies, call it glow by its name. Yeah, flat like a pizza baked by the king. Fire in the garden, pie in the rain. Don't ask the oven, truth in the flame. Cut through the lies, call it glow by its name. Yeah, so keep your fake space and your molten core.